Good afternoon and welcome to the PCL podcast. Perry, as you can see, let me borrow his studio. So here we are. We're going to have a good time, I think. The concept of the PCL podcast is simple. We're going to peek behind the curtain just a little bit, and we're going to interview people. We're going to talk to people. And we got a doozy today. We got a man who needs literally no introduction. And hang on a second. I don't know why. By the way, I haven't been on camera for a while, so I'm just ironing out a couple of things here. Okay. There's like a little weird delay with the camera. But I am going to bring in our guest. He really needs no introduction to any of you, and his name is Mr. Randy Callahan. Please, warm welcome, Mr. Callahan. How are you? Good to see you.
Hi, Tom. Good to see you finally in person.
Finally in person. Now, before we get to, is my camera jumpy for you? Like it's jumpy for me?
A little bit, yeah.
So okay, hopefully it irons out. But yeah, because right before we started, it was fine. Now all of a sudden, it looks like okay now. Before we get into anything else, I have to say, I don't know if you've been following events from the past week, but since you called in to the stream last Thursday and there was a debate whether your encounter with Perry happened in 94 or 92, and it's since come out that it's most definitely 92. I don't know if you've seen the evidence. We've gone over it pretty thoroughly. I sent you the pay stubs that Perry had. Hang on a second. I'm going to take myself off and put myself back on just so.
Now that I have your undivided attention. Oh, whoops, he's back.
Wait, how's that? How's that? That's a little better. Okay. Oh, I like this. You're bigger. So anyway, you've got some explaining to do. So let's get into it. Was it 94 or was it 92?
Listen, I will acquiesce that it's 1992 after I've seen the evidence that you produced. However, anybody who's listening to this podcast, if they want to go out and Google 𝙎𝙃 with Christina Applegate, virtually everything you come up with will say 1994. And that's where I got my information from. I can't remember every movie I've made and every date I made. So when I saw this, when I started doing my research, the very first thing I researched was the 𝙎𝙃 movie, and when it said it was going to, when it was made. And most of the internet says 94. I would have still stuck to 94 today had I not seen that interview with David Letterman. And so I agree, Perry was right. It was 1992.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
Oops.
I mean, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, oops.
I mean, we're going to get back to 92,
right?
Of course, but that's going to be a big topic here, obviously. But before we get into that, can we pose for some thumbnails, because Garrett likes to do like a good thumbnail. So if you could, can you maybe do a little arm fold like you're,
Oh, you mean like this? No.
See, that's not going to make a thumbnail. Maybe like you're stern.
Oh,
like
you mean like I'm still angry about all this bullshit?
Yeah. And I'll do a little.
God, I wish I could put my fist in that. What?
All right. I don't know why my camera's still jumpy. Hopefully it evens out. Let me see if I could do something. I'm using a different software, by the way. I'm not using the same software that I use for PCL. So
yeah, your camera's not jumpy. There's just like a split-second delay.
It's the frame rate. It's the frame rate. Yeah. Let me. Why don't you fill some time, Randy?
Oh, you want me to kill some time? Here, take a look at this. I did this just for y'all.
I like.
You have to get up really, really early in the morning to get one over on me. So.
Okay. I'm gonna roll with this. Listen, we're gonna get back to 1992. Let's talk a little bit about how you and I linked up. Now, I remember 10 years ago, or at least 10 years ago, possibly 9 years ago, I got a message from you saying,
That's correct.
I would like to talk to you. I am the real Randy Callahan, and I've got a very different version of events from the one that Perry tells. Now, we were supposed to follow up on that. And there was a couple of different things. Number one, you're having a back surgery, I remember.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And we were supposed to reconvene after that. And one reason or another, we just didn't. And then
Right.
I didn't hear from you at all. And I didn't reach out either. But, you know, one of the reasons why I've always been, there's a couple of reasons why I've been apprehensive to have you be a part of things in any way. Number one, I kind of fall back on the fact that I kind of like the make-believe version of you that has come out on, you know, Perry Caravello Live, and even well before that, the version that Perry tells of you is kind of this caricature that I think most people get isn't the real person, but there is a real person associated with it. And I spoke to you, I think we did a little pre-interview last night, and I said to you, you know, you have one of those names that just rolls off the tongue, like Randy Callahan.
Yeah.
That is the name.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like a Holden Caulfield type name, like from a like a famous novel.
Yeah, and it's mine. And I
think that the name itself lends into the whole thing, the whole lore. You know?
Yeah, I mean, like, the story wouldn't sound the same if it was like, well, Tom Brennan made me, you know.
Yeah, or like Bob Smith or something like that. Like back in '92, Bob Smith staring at my crotch, and it doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah.
That's
funny. Somebody else said that to me not too long ago, that it was something that like was rolling off the tongue. And I'm like,
it's a great name. Has any, I mean, I can't be the first person to bring that up.
Yeah, no, you're not. Yeah.
So there's that. And, you know, not wanting to get into like, I don't know, what's the word? Like, what's the phrase here? Like not wanting to abandon our version of Randy Callahan in quotes, not the real you. And that's really a big thing. And then the second thing is, now I want you, and we talked about this, so I want you to bring this up. Perry's always brought this up a couple of times, and some over the years, like fans of Perry have said like, oh, have you seen this about Randy Callahan? He was on Entertainment Tonight in 1998 for something with a 17-year-old.
Right. Well, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. It's an issue that I really haven't thought about because it was a non sequitur in my life, quite frankly. But I was on Entertainment Tonight because I had my casting company and myself. I got arrested in 1997. I was casting. I wasn't doing the actual casting. Another casting director was casting an adult video, similar to what you would see back in the day for the Playgirl channel. So there's simulated sexual opportunities in this. And this boy's 17, he was like 2 weeks from becoming 18, and he wanted to be in this video. And I just wasn't going to let him. He just wasn't right for the video. I wasn't going to let him. Part of what we do when we cast for these kind of videos is, you know, the producers want to see the people they're going to put in their video. So we get pictures of them, usually in their bathing suits, and, you know, in a swimsuit or whatever, to send to the producers, because you're looking for, you know, abnormalities on the body, if there's scars, tattoos, piercings, that kind of thing. And so this kid came in, and he wanted, and I said, look, I just can't submit you. And he was the kid's like was a bully. He still is today, from some research I've done on him. And he said, well, I want you to take my picture. So I said, okay, where's your swimsuit? Well, I don't have one. Can I do it in my underwear? And I said, well, I don't care, you know. So I took his pictures, he left. Well, he got mad because we wouldn't even submit him. And he went to the police. And what he told the police was that I was taking pictures of underage children, little children, indicating 7, 8, 9, 12 years old. None of that was true. Even the police admitted. They staked the place out. Never saw a minor go into my office, not once. When it got to court, it was thrown out of court. I think I pleaded for some charge about I don't know, doing something wrong, some non-criminal act or something, which was nothing. I paid no fines, nothing. Entertainment Tonight, when they posted this story, the original story that they put up, they had this kid on the set. He was shadowed out and his voice had been changed. And he made that accusation to me. My lawyers got in touch with Entertainment Tonight because Entertainment Tonight never bothered to check with me or my lawyers or the courts. And Entertainment Tonight the following week withdrew that story and sent me a check for $25,000 because you just can't go in the air and accuse somebody.
So they retract. So there was a report on you in Entertainment Tonight, but how long later was the retraction?
A week. The following week when they were back on the air, because they were only in the air once a week, I think, at that time. So the following week they retracted it. It's this. You're a writer. You got to do your due diligence and check your facts. And if you put them out there like this, because it went nationwide, you're going to be in some trouble when you find out that what you said was not true.
That's right. Yeah.
The courts threw the kid and his testimony out because he just was not. What's the word I'm looking for? It just wasn't believable. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, listen, I have nothing to hide about that.
Was there a lawsuit? Now, did you actually spend any time in jail?
No.
Okay.
And there was never a lawsuit. If there was a lawsuit, it was me against Entertainment Tonight, but that never went to court. It was never filed as a lawsuit. My lawyer called them and said, this is what's going to happen. And they cut a check for $25,000. So
you got a check from Entertainment Tonight, but nothing from the person, the individual who made the accusation.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So, did you ever think about pursuing any kind of legal action there to?
Why? It's just not. It meant nothing to me. I went on. I do this. People do things like this to me, and I'm like, okay, I'm done with you. Move on. I don't want the drama. I don't want the drama. I don't want the negativity. The kid never got another part or another extra part or another role in anything in Hollywood because he was known for being a bully, and he really was such a bully. Even today, and I'm not going to give you his name.
No, it's not necessary.
If you Google him, you find out that he tried to run for a neighborhood office. He lives in California, and they blasted him online about what being a bully he was. This is just the way things happened back then. And listen, you can go look it up all day long. I don't care. It just, I just
no, but it goes to show you though that, and thank you for clearing that up, because honestly, you hear something like that. Now, Perry had brought that up a number of times on the stream and other, it was just on the stream. And I would always say, well, hold on a second, let's not get into that because I don't know anything about it.
Right.
And then even when just this past week, after you had called into the stream, and that kind of broke the internet as far as we're concerned in PCL, and people's like, well, how could you have this guy on? He's, he's been convicted of, I don't want to say the word because it's a red flag word on YouTube. Child endangerment, whatever we want to call it. And
so I have a copy of the actual record from the courts up on my screen with the dates there and the last disposition. They were all dismissed. I wasn't convicted of anything. There was a conviction after a plea. I think, let me look and see what it says. There was plead nolo contendo to conspiracy to commit any crime. And that was it. Nothing happened after that. I walked out, no fines, no nothing.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, listen, and that seems reasonable. And obviously I have no reason to not take your side on that.
And listen, Tom, there's nothing on this arrest record that says anything about sex acts with a minor. Nothing. Right. It's never went there because the kid was 2 weeks from 18. The judge says, I'm not doing this. This is not happening. You're not going to go in here and try to.
This has stayed with you. This has stayed with you for a long time, and this is something that you just had no interest in clearing up? Because you can Google it online for
Yeah.
the accusation and the arrest,
Yeah.
but not the, the resolution.
Right. Well, that is the resolution. I'm looking at it. I found it online. That
Right.
is the resolution. And they actually posted this once, I think, on PCL. I think it came up once. Somebody.
Oh, really?
I
don't know. I have
Yeah.
a bad memory.
It's
I have
been
a
a
bird
while.
brain memory for
Yeah.
PCL.
It's been a while, but there's nothing out there, and this doesn't even lead to anything about being a pedophile or a child molester. Doesn't say anything about that. And the judge said he wasn't having
two
that.
no words.
Yeah. Yeah.
But okay, so I'm glad you cleared that up, because I know
Yeah.
a lot of people, and again, that's your version of things. You lived it. People can take that for what they want. I take it at face value.
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't want to get into the meat and potatoes, let's just say, just yet.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Perry's told this story so many times, and we all know Perry. By the way, is that dinging on your end?
It's my doorbell. Just ignore it.
Oh, okay. We know Perry.
Yeah.
We know Perry very well, and we don't know you. So I want to give you a chance to kind of, now that there's a face to the name. We know that we're a casting agent. What were the years you were active being a casting agent?
So I moved to Los Angeles in 1979, and I started working with a extras casting company in 1982 called Johnson and Buckingham Casting, which I wasn't there very long before the name changed to Nationwide Talent Casting.
Right. Nationwide Talent Casting?
Yeah, Nationwide Talent Casting. So I worked with him, and it's Mike Johnson was the gentleman that ran that casting agency. He hired me as an extras casting director. There's actually a book that he wrote called How to Make It in Hollywood. And if you look at the back of it, there's a statement from me on there with my name and stuff on the back of that book. The book's not in print anymore, but you can find a copy of it online. But I worked for him for a couple of years, and Tom, I'm one of those people, if I get bored, if it's a job that's redundant and there's no challenge to it, I start to not want to do it anymore. So I went to Mr. Johnson and said, can I start doing principal casting? And he didn't want to do that. He was all about extras casting. That's all he'd been doing since he started working in Hollywood. And I said, okay, well, I'm going to give you my notice, and I'm going to go out and just start my own casting agency.
Which was Total Eclipse Productions.
Correct. And so I went out.
Where'd you get the name from? Is it from the song? Total Eclipse of the Heart? No,
I'm a sci-fi freak, and I think we had an eclipse that year, which brought it up. And it's just something that came up, and I said, I think it's a cool name.
Okay.
Yeah. And I started it. I was living in the actors' apartments in North Hollywood at the time, and I left the job on Friday. Saturday, I went to an Office Depot and got a desk and a phone and some material, and Monday morning I was up and running. I still had my extra clientele and the films I'd worked on, the people I'd worked with before. So that's how it got started. And when I left, I took a girl with me, an older woman, actually, an old black woman that worked with me at Nationwide.
Sally, the one you mentioned.
Sally Poindexter, right. And I took her with me. And so she and I are the ones who actually, went over and put this all together and started it and got it running. And then through the years, it just grew and grew because I started doing a lot of principal casting, and I was working on shows like Baywatch, Diagnosis Murder, Perry Mason, things like that.
Right.
And some
Matlock,
yeah, and some bigger feature films like Titanic and the Terminator movies. And during the course of this, the producers would ask me, can I find somebody with a unique ability? And I'm like, well, what do you want? Somebody who can maybe walk over backwards. So I go out and get them. Then they came up. I was doing a monster flick, and they needed a little person. who was small enough to come out of a pod. And so
Okay.
yeah, so
Right.
so I found
That's
a guy.
pretty little.
Right, and I found a guy. Now listen, the little people they're a unique group. They hang together. So once I got him, all the rest of
Right.
them wanted to be in my company so I could put them to work. So then I started a little people. I keep harping back and wanting to say midget, but I
But
started I
yeah,
started
little people
yeah,
is the way
yeah,
to go.
yeah, I started a little people division, so that anytime anybody in town needed to hire little people, singularly or together, they would call me. Then I was friends with a lot of drag queens, female impersonators at the time, and back in the day, those were real female impersonators. They would
Yeah,
impersonate.
it's funny you say that. You don't really hear that term anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And they would come out impersonate Dolly Parton or Joan Rivers or Diana Ross.
Right.
And I think, and I don't remember the exact year, Tom, but MGM decided to start a show with female impersonators, and I'm the one who cast that show because I had all the female impersonators in my department. So it just ballooned like that, where I had different divisions in the company. It just grew because I kept on I was known for being able to supply stuff that other people couldn't buy.
Now, obviously by your accent, you're not born and raised in Hollywood.
No, no.
So
I was,
what-
yeah, I was actually born in Norfolk, Virginia.
okay.
And my family's still there in Virginia Beach in the Norfolk area.
Only child?
No, unfortunately, I'm the middle child of five.
Okay.
It was, I don't even know how to explain these family dynamics because it wasn't a good relationship when you're a third child of five. And when I was born, as the story goes, when I was born, my mother and I didn't connect for whatever reason, and she literally put me in a trash can, and a neighbor picked me up and kept me for 6 months. And
For real?
yeah, for real. And during the course of my life, she would do things like she broke my leg when I was about, I think 3 or 4 years
Oh my God!
old.
So that's an abusive household. That's an abusive.
Yeah, in 1950 it wasn't, at least where the law was concerned. And
Right.
we've discussed it, and we're not sure if back then they didn't deal with postpartum depression. We don't know why she took a dislike to me from the time I was a baby till the time she died.
That's awful.
And then when I was 16,
So there was never a moment where you and your mother had a good relationship.
no. And I tried. I spent my entire life, never missed a birthday, never missed a holiday, Mother's Day, sending flowers. And at one point when I was in LA, and I was extremely wealthy, and I flew her and her husband out to Los Angeles and got them a limousine and gave them the whole Hollywood experience. This was, I guess, my attempt. And people will say, well, you're trying to buy your mother's love. Maybe, now that I'm older and I realize what was happening. And so, but, Tom, all through when I was bullied through high school and nobody was there to defend me, I had to figure out how to survive on my own. And when my mother pitched me out, I was 16 years old. And I just became one of those people who said, I'm not going to be like that. I'm not going to be like how my family is. I love my family. I love them to this day. Yet I have a brother who hasn't said 6 words to me in 60 years. So you start to try to figure out how you can get through life having what you want, having a family, because all of us want a family. And I had so much time trying to say, why are you treating me this way? Why are you doing this to me? Instead of saying, you know what it is, and I guess I'm going to have to find a different route, a different path. And
Now,
that's what I did.
where's your father in all this?
So my father, you're going to love this, and don't even think that this has anything to do with Perry. So my father was an Al Bundy.
Okay.
Okay, we didn't have
shoe salesman.
Yeah. He worked for a shoe chain back in the day called Butler's Shoe, And what they did was they would send him to a new town to find a location and open a store, get his stock, hire the employees. So we moved a lot in the early days up until I was 13. We moved a lot. We were in Georgia and Arkansas and Alabama. And he just finally got tired of hauling a family of 5 everywhere he went. So he quit and went to Allstate and moved back to Virginia, where he stayed until he died with Allstate. And my father and my mother, this was one of those situations where they stayed married because they had 5 children. And they weren't.
If that's what you did, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you did. And the day my little brother turned 18, as what they do to all of us, in fact, they opened the door and out you go. And once he turned 18 and was on his own, they divorced. And it wasn't until a few years after the divorce that my father and I actually sat down to compare notes, because my mother would say to my father, "Oh, he ran away from home." Well, I didn't run away from home. You packed a suitcase and told me to get out. There's a big difference.
How old are you in this?
I was 16 when that happened. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Now, are your siblings also victims of this treatment, or are you just the lucky one?
Just me. I'm the lucky one. I say that now. My older brother called me, I don't know, it's been 15, 16 years now, had called me and he was crying and he was upset. And I thought, oh, geez, who died? You know? And he said, no, he said he was so sorry that he had been a bad brother and treated me so long that my mother had turned on him and his wife. And he finally began to see the stuff that I had been saying was true, that she was the person that I was saying she was. So he and I currently have a really good relationship. But, you know, Tom, you can only be beat up so many times before you have to you either come out as a hateful, mean old person against life, or you come out saying, I'm going to do better than this for myself. So I make extended family. I have extended family out there, people who love me dearly. And
surrogates for what you didn't have with your real family.
Right. And you know, but it carries over in your life when you have to live a life like that, when you have a mother who, my mother says some things to me, Tom, that no mother would ever say to any child. And yet my mother said them. And I had my one brother older than me, and he passed away. And when he died, I had called my grandmother's house to say, you know, I was with him when he died, that he passed. My grandmother said, when my mother was on the way, if she gets there, tell her to call me when she can. And I turned around and she was right. Her nose was almost touching my nose. And I never got any words out of it. I said, Mom, and that's as far as I got. And she said, you have nothing to say to me. I have nothing to say to you. Get the fuck out of my face. And, you know, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, did it hurt? Of course it did. Am I going to let her know that? No. I get on a flight the next day because I'm not going to stay. This is my choice, my path. I'm not going to stay for my brother's funeral because she would make it about her and me. And I'm not doing that. I had already been with my brother when he passed. I'm good, you know. So I go through these situations through my life. Then I get involved with somebody who is a narcissist for 25 years, and I didn't understand all that.
This is a former relationship.
Yes, and I'm currently now 3 years into therapy over what I've been through and the PTSD I've got, and that I didn't even know I had. You know, these are things when you're mentally abused, you don't know it sometimes, or you're like me. I said, well, I'm too smart. You're not going to take that out on me, you know. But it happened. Were
you somebody that you think sought out these more abusive relationships subconsciously?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've heard all the psychobabble.
Yeah, that's a psychological.
You know, how women are abused and they keep going back to the same kind of person. So I don't know. I think that this person, as I'm learning about narcissism, they seek out people who are very empathetic, and they'll tell you their sob story, and they see you feeling for them, and that's how they reel you in. And that's the kind of person I am. I've always been that way. I'm a very empathetic person. I want to help people. I want to do my charity work. And so, and it was very hard for me. I never set boundaries to say no. Um, and those are things I've had to learn through the year, because I own my mistakes. We all make mistakes in life.
Yeah.
You know, and I have paths that could have chosen that I never went down. What I've done with my life, at least I'm proud of, and because at one point my company was about to fail, I called my father and I said to him, I don't know how to tell you this, because I don't want you to think I'm a failure. And he says to me, son, you've been on your own since you're 16. You've put a roof over your head. You've fed yourself. You've clothed yourself. You've always had work. You've never asked for money from this family. You've never asked for anything. He said, and I'm here to tell you, that's not a failure. So, you know, it gave me some hope that he was looking at me, that I was doing the right thing as a human being, that I was choosing the right path to go out and survive in this world and try to make it on my own.
So what was the first thing you leave home at 16?
Yeah.
I'm assuming no or little money.
Yeah, that's correct.
Where are you going? Like, what makes you decide, like,
well,
I'm going to take a plane?
I have some gay friends in Virginia Beach and Norfolk, and one of them was my cousin.
Well, let me stop you there. So I should ask this. I mean, might as well.
Yeah.
At what age did you discover that you were a man made for other men?
Always. I've known it always.
Okay.
I think.
Now, did that issue create friction in the family? Was that anything related to what happened in the family?
So no. No. If it is, I'm not aware of it, because my sister turned out to be a lesbian, and she had a great relationship with my mother. When you're born and up until, and you're a young person, up until maybe 12, 13, 14 years old, when you start going into puberty and you're out with classmates and other kids who are saying things that you don't know anything about, you don't know what being gay is. You don't know what that word is. You don't know when you're 6 years old. You don't know anything that I'm aware of about sexual attraction.
Right.
You don't know what that, you know that there's something different about you, but you just don't know what that is. And I think one day.
When did you know? Was it before you left home or after?
No, it was before I left home. I was 13 years old, walking down the sidewalk, going to the skating rink, and it was like a light bulb come on, and I said, oh, hell, I'm gay. That's what this is. I mean, that literally, that's what happened. And it came right out of my mouth like that. And once I realized that, you know, then I realized, you know, back when in the 50s and 60s and even in the early 70s, if you were a homosexual, the APA says it was a mental illness. They didn't take it off that list until 1972, I believe, that being gay was a mental illness. So there was a huge stigma to it at the time that a lot of parents had. Oh, my kid is mentally ill. And maybe that played some part into it with them. I'm not real sure, you know, Tom, because.
So you're heading out to, is it LA?
You mean when I left at 16?
Yeah.
No, listen, I've been working since I was 12 years old, little, you know, handing out flyers for a penny a piece of that. The day my mother threw me out, my cousin came and picked me up. I wanted to finish high school. I wanted to get my diploma, and I was just hell bent on doing that. And I was at my cousin's, and my father called my aunt, and he said, I don't want Randy going to that school at Portsmouth. I was over in Portsmouth, that he was adamant that I would come back and graduate from Kellam High School, which is where all the rest of the family went. So, so I did that. I went back to Kellam, and I got my degree, my diploma. Nobody showed up to the graduation. They weren't there. I left the graduation, feet don't fail me now, and never look back. You know, and I went to work in downtown Norfolk, Virginia, in a jewelry store for a while. I was there, accounts collection person. And I did that and then I met somebody and went up to Washington, D.C. with him. Now I'm like 20, 21, something like that. And I got a job in D.C. with the federal government, working with computers. It was a classified type job because of what I was doing, and I was taking old documentation, classified documentation, transferring it to electronic media or putting it on the computer. And this is back when the computer was as big as a house, and the tape reels were like this big around.
Right.
And my job was to take the paper and transfer it, so I'd have to key it in onto electronic media. And so because I had a lot of classified documents, I had a classified clearance in order to do that. And I did that for a while. And then when I first got to DC, my partner and I were living in a condo next door to Gerald Ford. Now, a lot of your listeners probably don't know who Gerald Ford is.
Yeah, give them credit. They're well-educated bunch.
Okay, yeah. So, and I was friends with his sons. I became friends with his sons, and then and I guess I kind of endeared myself to Betty. And so when he went to the White House, he took me to the White House.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. And it was a wonderful experience. I met the King of Spain, the Queen of England. You know, I was there for all of these events, and then he transferred me, and I can't tell you what the job was he transferred because it's classified. And I was transferred to go to a certain location in the United States.
So basically, what you're saying is you were James Bond.
Well, I wasn't necessarily a spy. I was just a necessary person,
right,
documenting history. How's that?
Okay.
Yeah. Some of it is currently coming out into public. I don't know if it all will, but so, but once I got to where I was and I'm doing this, then I'm starting to get, kind of like I'm bored sitting in this room with this keyboard. And of course I'm watching and learning with the transition of the computer era, going from the old MTSTs, the big computers in the rooms, to the first electronic typewriter that had a little, about
right. So now we're probably in the 70s, I'm guessing.
Correct. And it's called a mag card. And you slip a magnetic card in. It's a tower like your desktop. And you key in on that, and then it would play back for you what was over the card. Then they came out with the DisplayWrite, which had a single line that was on a screen, like an old-timey TV screen. It was green. And then the DisplayWrite went to 16, and then it became the DisplayWriter. Then it was a full-on, computer screen. So I grew up with that, and it was a wonderful time. I enjoyed it, But I have been acting since I was like 6 years old in like local plays. And
so that's what you really wanted to do, is act.
Yeah, act and sing, because that's what I've always done. And so any opportunity I took to do that, I would do it. And
what was your first entry? Because that's a strange career to shift into acting from.
Yeah. I was bored, I was looking for a challenge, and I can't tell you where I actually was located. I was close to LA. I was close to Hollywood. And so, those old cartoons where the old woman put the pie on the windowsill and the smoke goes out and gets the wolf in his nose.
Yeah.
That's what Hollywood did to me. And so I thought to myself, I'm going to move to Hollywood and see if I can, become an actor in the business. And I get out there and I'm like, well, so how do I get my foot in the door? How do I get seen? How do I get known? How do I even get started? And I was reading the Hollywood Reporter, and there was an ad in the Hollywood Reporter for an extras casting director.
So you answered an ad in the Hollywood Reporter.
Hollywood Reporter, okay. And I didn't even know what
it said. Be a star.
Yeah, I didn't even know what an extras casting director was.
Okay.
And I went down and I BS my way into the job, and the man hired me. And that was with Johnson and Buckingham at the time. So that's how I moved from one place to getting into the industry.
Right.
And that was back in the early 80s when I finally made it over to LA after everything else I'd done,
So what kind of stuff are you doing now from your foray into? I'm assuming you're just an extra.
Yes, listen, I've done a lot of extra work. I did that. I was thrilled. I thought it was, wow. You get starstruck when you don't know about this. And yeah, I thought, wow, I'm on a movie. I'm going to be in a movie. I'm going to, and then I'd sit there and I'd like,
would
well,
we
this is
know
cool.
any of the early films that you were involved with from an acting capacity?
Oh, you mean as an extra?
As anything?
Yeah, as anything. Well, if you look really hard, somewhere in Titanic, when the ship is sinking, and I think there's a like a flash of a door with a cage in front of it, like an open door with a sliding cage or something in it, and my face is in there somewhere.
Oh, so you were, because they filmed that in Mexico, I believe, right?
No, a lot of it they filmed on the Queen Mary.
Oh, okay. So you weren't like when the ship was actually sinking. You're the interior stuff when stuff's
Correct.
going to
Yeah, when they're shooting it on there,
okay.
And it's in and out, and there's other stuff that like Wishmaster. I passed that. And
that's the guy who
the Jinn. Yeah.
Okay, I've seen clip. I've never seen the movie. I've seen.
Yeah. Oh, as a matter of fact, funny you should say that. Let me see if I can get it. My camera's up here.
Oh yeah, I've seen clips of this movie. The guy who's the lead is a really interesting actor.
Right. So what happened with this? See this. If you can see this picture down here, because I see
it's glitching out with your background.
See this picture, like right here?
Yeah.
That's the Jinn. So what happened with this was the guy that was playing the lead I was his stand-in for this movie, and it turns out he was allergic to the prosthetics, so I had to be the monster in the movie. There's a behind the scenes clip. I'm wearing the mask and I'm walking through wardrobe and I'm singing "I Feel Pretty" during this movie.
But the whole concept of the movie is the guy who's the Wishmaster is really like some kind of demon or something like that.
It's a Jinn, right?
A genie, an evil genie,
right?
And he'll grant your wish, but it'll be like some crazy version of the wish where you're gonna end up like killed or something.
Right. You say, I ask you, go ahead, make your wish, and you say, well, I want to be cured of cancer. Your wish is granted, and I rip the cancer out of your body.
Right. Those are the clips I think. Yeah. And the lead actor is a little, shall we say, animated in the part.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't want to say bad, but just
I know.
Robert hams
Ďavi
it up.
Is his name. I believe it's Robert Ďavi. I think is his name. Let me look. I think it tells it.
Robert Ďavi? No.
Yeah, it should be Randy Callahan. It should be anybody. But
yeah, I agree.
And here's the thing on this movie. This movie was a great movie for what it's worth, because first of all, it was a Wes Craven movie, and Wes Craven was on the set. And
so he produced it.
Huh?
Did he produce it?
Yes. Yeah. And he wrote it and produced it. And listen, at the time, every major horror character was also in this movie as their human self. So Michael Myers, the guy who plays Michael Myers, was in it. The guy who plays the Candyman was in it. The guy who plays Freddy Krueger was in it. Robert Englund, he's in it. But they're all humans.
Kane Hodder, I would imagine.
Yeah. And they all get caught up in some of what this Jinn does, like the guy who plays Michael Myers, he gets made into a glass door. He's a security guard, and he gets made, and he's like in the glass door. And then
most of the movie takes place in a prison, right?
No, Catastrophe does. This takes place mostly like we're down on the docks in Long Beach, and
okay, because I've seen clips of it.
Yeah,
and it was some kind of prison scene, but okay, we don't have to.
A lot of it does. I don't remember.
I feel like we're in the Wishmaster weeds.
Yeah. It takes place in a museum and in Robert's mansion.
Right. So once in a while, like you're doing. So if you get in, how do you transition from wanting to be an actor to being a casting agent?
So funny you should mention that, because that's a good question. So
thank you.
In all of my wisdom, I'm sitting at home one day thinking, how do I get before the producers and the directors? How can I get my foot in that door? Because this extra thing wasn't doing what I wanted to do. And that's why I went to be an extras casting director, because I'm thinking, what better way to directly meet a producer or director than to be part of the production team? and be a casting director. And
Right.
that's what made me transition into doing that. And it turns out that it was probably the best thing I could ever have done for my career, because while I predominantly did casting, I also helped do funding on some films. I've got some stories there that, like with Quentin Tarantino.
Really?
And so I would help find funding or insurance, or help, in the production status of the film. So I grew, into that status, and I'm glad I did, because, quite frankly, Tom, it allowed me to travel virtually all over the world. And I've been places and seen things and been able to do things that I don't think I would have ever been able to do if I didn't follow that path, that particular path.
So you
yeah.
get into casting and you start your own company.
Correct.
Total Eclipse.
Yeah.
And you work with Sally, as we mentioned. And you start, how do you even go about starting your own company in Hollywood when you're just some kid that flew out from Virginia?
Right. So because I had worked for this extras casting company for 2 or 3 years, I had a Rolodex full of all the production companies. I also had the Rolodex with all of the extras with their contact information and stuff. So when I start my own company, I start calling the production companies, mainly the ADs, because the first and second ADs, especially the first ADs, and I think you probably know this, the first ADs are really responsible for bringing in extras casting to a production company for the most part. So it's who you know.
It's the grunt work that the director's not going to do.
Yeah. I'm sorry, do what?
Like, it's the grunt work that the director is not going to handle.
Exactly. And that's what your first AD is for, when they're in pre-production. All this is lined up in pre-production.
Almost like a production manager.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so because I had such a good rapport with them, and even if they didn't know I had left Nationwide, they would call me. And I'd say, well, I'm not with them, but I can still do the job. Okay. And they did. That's how it just kind of ballooned from there. I was just, I guess, at the right place at the right time, or got lucky.
Okay. So I want to circle back. We're going to come back to that. I want to circle back to you and I talking, because I mentioned that we talked about 10 years ago. And by talk, I mean just a message, not actually talk on the phone. And then I didn't hear anything. And then back in December, now we've been doing PCL for a little over 5 years at this point. And we have this system called Super Tip system. Plug, if you want to ask Mr. Callahan a question, you can do that by going to supertip.gg/PCL, text tips only. And we'll get to his, let me see, we got a few already. I'm only going to do like literally a handful. So and once we get enough, I'm going to turn it off. So, and we have a thing with these voices that come on that talk to Perry. Like, right now it's George, Robin's girlfriend, or Dr. Now. And of course, how could we not have Randy Callahan as a voice that speaks to Perry, where somebody can send in a message. Now you see this and you don't like it. You contact me, and I didn't mention this on the air at the time, but you're like, hey, you're using my voice and my my name. I'm not digging it. Get it off.
Right. Our initial, like you said, contact was, I remember seeing something. Initially, it comes about because I saw an ad from Google on television.
Hold on. I want to get to that.
Okay.
Hold off on that thought.
Yeah. But I contacted you. I said, I'm not having this. You're using my name and my likeness, and I never allowed it, and take it off. And of course, you weren't going to, who am I? So I contacted Super Tips and sent them a nice.
No, hang on. I didn't say, who are you? I didn't do that.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, this is my perception,
Yeah.
And so I contacted Super Tip. That's why it got pulled down.
Right. And then, I manually took it off.
Yeah.
Because, technically it's a parody, and it's not, it's not portraying or trying to portray. The only person that thinks it's real is Perry, of course. Everybody else gets it. This is somebody having fun. But I did take it off out of courtesy, and then to much controversy, I created a new one with based on, because I always like your and I had very small samplings of your voice because you had done some kind of television commercial, and we'll get into that. But sampling, I always liked your voice. I always like, you know, very Southern gentleman, if you don't mind me saying so. And then there was an actor named Leslie Jordan, who's now passed away, but older, short, you know, Southern guy. And I kind of just sampled him, and I was like, okay, this is the new Randy. He's just, you know, he's sick. He's not feeling too good. And people were like, this sucks. Where's the real Randy? Although they still used it, but it was kind of like, you know, and I regret not reaching out to you right then and there and be like, listen, we can work this out. This is not, you know. But well, it was around that.
You just put yourself in a position where I'm a human being, and I'm the first one to tell you, I'm not savvy to all this podcast stuff because I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it.
Of course.
But when I see and I hear my likeness on a website, whether you think it's parody or not, what comes out of my mouth on that PCL site, and it's not something that would come out of my mouth normally.
You're not going to tell Perry, you're not going to say to Perry that you miss him, baby, and you want to come over and cuddle him. You're not going to say that.
It goes. Listen, you know, it goes far worse than that. But you know, some stuff happened, and people were reaching out to me about what was going on, and I was behind the scenes trying to do some research on all of this and watching these podcasts.
Also, let me also make another thing clear, is that you had also launched a YouTube channel right around the same time.
Yes.
And that's when people started coming to me and be like, well, Randy's doing this YouTube thing. And there was a convergence of things where it was just like, you know, getting in touch. And I just felt like, well, Randy's inevitable. This is going to happen one way or the other. It's going to happen. It might not be right now.
Yeah.
But I knew this was going to happen. I just knew it because, you know, I've avoided reaching out to you. And I mentioned the reasons why I'd avoided reaching out to you, but I knew there was an inevitability of having the real person, you know, at least in our orbit. And that was going to change things. It already has. And it's going to change things more after tonight. So there's that, but and I remember saying like, hey, you know, you're doing YouTube, you know, maybe I do YouTube, I could maybe help you out. And some time went by. I just think there was I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think there was a bitterness factor to you.
That's an understatement. I mean, listen, I couldn't hate you or Perry anymore. And I hate feeling like that, but I was so angry over what I've been seeing and what I've been hearing, and then the repercussions back on me. And I believe I mentioned you just went, I don't give a shit what you say about me personally, really. You know, if I'm fat and I'm old and I'm ugly, you say it, I don't care, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. But when you start affecting my world around me, the people around me that have nothing to do with this, don't even know you exist, and they start getting hurt. Then yeah, I'm mad. I'm very mad about it.
You mentioned something to me about, and if you want to talk about it, that you had something going on that you lost it because there was somebody that sent a clip of something from Perry Caravello Live. I think it was a media share that somebody created, which you know, and I don't think you knew, and I think you thought that was us creating that and like sending it to
absolutely
whoever.
Right. Absolutely. I flat out would have, if anybody asked me, I would have said, that's Tom Brennan's bullshit.
Right. Like, and just so people watching, you know, in media share, when somebody sends something and it's Randy doing something, I don't remember what the exact example was, but it might've been something like really salacious, and you were working with an organization and then they got wind of it and then you got affected by that.
Correct. When I moved here, to Southwest Virginia, I went to work with an organization, and I don't want to mention its name right now.
No, you don't have to.
But I went to work with an organization, and it's a 501c3, which is a charity organization. And they contacted me originally because I had been over at one of the local moose lodges as a bingo caller, just making a couple extra bucks calling bingo. And this organization wanted to start a bingo. So they contacted me and asked me if I'd come over and start a bingo for them. And I said, sure, I'll come over and show you how to do it. I just think I'm going to be there for the day showing them how to set it up and do it.
Right.
I end up being there now for 15 years or 20 years or something when that started. And that organization, it served the community in Washington County, where I live, Virginia, with Meals on Wheels and senior services. And there's nobody else in the area who does that. And so it meant a lot to me, because I've been doing charity work all my lifetime, even in Hollywood, because Hollywood affords me better resources to do charity work. So I threw myself into this place to support their Meals on Wheels program and their senior services program. And I became the executive director of the center eventually, and then the president of the board of directors. And out of nowhere comes this, I'm sitting in a board meeting one night, and out of nowhere comes this video from PCL. And we can get into later what was said, what was done, but it was just,
yeah, I don't remember. I know we talked about it briefly, but I don't. It was something of a sexual nature for sure.
Correct.
And,
correct.
Yeah.
And I had just produced, or just been in that. It was a hearing aid commercial, which is what you referred to, taking my voice off of.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
And the owner of the hearing aid company saw it and immediately said, I'm not making any more of these with you. I can't do this. I can't have this out there as my reputation. So I lose that. Then the board of officers comes in and says, we can't do this anymore. We have to shut this organization down because the churches stopped donating to us. The town stopped donating to us, and the county stopped donating. We had no money.
How did that spread so fast with all these people? Is it just something that they shared?
Because you're up in the Appalachian Mountains, it spreads as fast as the next drink of moonshine.
Okay.
It's a small community. It's a small town. It's the all-American thing, and everybody's up in everybody's business. And because the mayor used to be on the board of our organization, and the town council participates in our organization, that gets around really, really fast. And, it broke my heart to have to stop because, Tom, we're feeding families who had no money. Their kids, when they're out for the summer, had no place to go and get food. So we started pairing up with Walmart and Sam's Club, and they started donating a lot of stuff. And we were at the point where we were putting out 2,000 meals a week for families, both into, they'd come in to eat, or we'd deliver them to their house. A lot of seniors involved in that. And
right.
When it went down, there was nobody to replace it. Nobody has yet to replace that service. I've gone to Southwest Feeding America. They're picking up what they can. Another organization called Faith in Action is picking up what they can, but it's never going to be enough to replace what we were doing when you're feeding that many people. And it broke my heart to say, I'm not doing Thanksgiving this year. And I'm not doing Christmas this year. And then you and I had a short conversation about the other thing that I started doing with children who are autistic children and other, mental disabilities, where I'm the only organization in town that would bring them together at Christmas and, have Santa Claus in there and their whatever they wanted and give them a couple of hours. And I've got pictures and videos of it that when Santa Claus comes in, I stand back and cry because these kids still believe he's real. One of these autistic kids is 26 years old, but he still believes this is Santa Claus.
Right.
He hugs him, and it rips my heart out that I can't do this anymore, that I had to stop doing it. And it's a direct result of what came out from a clip that somebody sent in from PCL.
And I think when we first spoke, that was one of the first things you brought up. And again, I'll just say that it took us some time to eventually come together, because I think some time passed, and I think I just sent you an email. I'm like, listen, let's work this out. Let's let's this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And and I wanted to give you an opportunity to get your side of things out there, and also, this interview and and other things. And
this is what I mean when I say to you, you can say whatever you want to say about me personally, I don't care. But when it affects people who know nothing about, people who are desperate, people who are hungry, people who have children,
sure,
that, when it affects that, then yeah, I'm mad.
I wish I would have known about that, because honestly, and what I explained to you is, I know you thought like maybe I directly sent that to somebody, like I'm like
100%. I believe
like I'm out to get you somehow, and that was never the case. I was never, and we'll get to more of the story
Sure.
that Perry tells later. But I've always stopped when things, I feel like, get from his mouth at least, get to like, oh, I was this, assaulted or whatever, and I'm like, no, you weren't. No, that's not true. Even we're not going to get into what happened yet, but I wish you would have come to me at the time, because I would have liked to have smoothed that out and explained, because that's, we do media share, that's user submitted, so it's a fan submits that, and then it's probably somebody else who took it to a degree where they're now affecting you personally. And that again, that's going too far. And I think most of our audience and community know where the line is. And you know as well as I do that there's certain people that don't care about that. And that upsets me to hear that happened, regardless of any history.
I felt like it, and from what I watched from Perry, and listen, I do know that it's his brand. I get that, but when I watch it, and I'm out here thinking Tom Brennan is behind this with Perry Caravello, and Perry Caravello. Some of the stuff I hear him saying, well, la-di-da, I don't really care, And I think you said something the other night as an example that somebody sent you a super tip or something, that they were having a bad day. And Perry's like, well, everybody has a bad day. Who cares?
Right. It was yesterday. Yeah.
Somebody's reaching out saying, help me. And you just brushing them off. And you understand, you and I have come to this understanding. I 100% believed it was you and Perry. I 100%, you're the boss. The buck stops with you. And
I can understand. I can understand that conclusion.
Yeah. I don't know how all this runs, super tips and media stuff. I don't know how that stuff goes. I'm learning because I'm doing my research on it. And that's the only reason you and I are sitting here face to face having a conversation at this time.
Of course. And I think, you can make the mistake of somebody in my position who I'm so entrenched in it.
Yeah.
Where, we're doing with Perry, and I just assume everybody gets it and everybody's like in on the same jokes, but there are real people affected, and this is the first time we're doing this, by the way, but I number one, I feel terrible about that, and also I hope maybe we can get you going with that again. If
I hate to say it, but you should feel terrible about it. Anybody who puts themselves in a position like that, you should feel terrible about it. And I'm gonna give you that. I'm not gonna say, oh, that's okay, Tom, don't worry about it.
No, nor should you. Now, on the other hand, I'm gonna say I'm not responsible for it, because I didn't submit. I'm not like, let me get this guy. Let me take this video.
You didn't physically do the act, and I get that now.
Yeah.
And I think you and I have come to an understanding. You understand how I felt and why I felt the way.
Absolutely.
If you were in my shoes, you probably reacted exactly the same way.
You've seen one ugly side of of our community. But let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Our community, and by the community I mean the people who watch, the people who participate, even the people who lurk.
Right.
They're by and large really, really wonderful people, and I think that if this could be taken away, it can be given back just as easily. And I would love to be a contributor to that and get that back, because I don't like the fact. In fact, it leads me into this our first comment here.
I mean, listen, it hurts me now just talking about it and thinking about it and having to, it's hard. It's just very, very hard.
I understand.
To pull back when somebody, I just don't have any words to describe it. It ripped my heart out. Anything else I could have dealt with. This part just ripped my heart out, and I just, didn't know where to go from that. And of course, I was not going to call you and say, "Hey, this is what you did at that time," because we both know I was in a visceral state with you guys over all of this.
Yeah, I know, and but at the same time, though, if there was communication, I would have gone out of my way to rectify that. And you may know that now, but that was the case.
I'm
But, I mean,
hoping generally to start back, at least if nothing else, with the autistic children stuff, to be able to go back and do that. And so I have some friends who may be able to offer up a venue at Christmas time, and then I go out and get donations from people, for the whatever the kids want and the snacks and so I'm hoping, and I'm working towards that to bring it back this Christmas. But I don't know. The Meals on Wheels is a much more bigger issue because that's a 501c3 and a 510 charity that has to be recognized statewide. Since we closed down, we lost those charities. They're closed down.
I'll tell you right now, I would be honored if you would allow me to help you with that, and possibly get you back to doing that.
Listen, I'm willing to take any help I can get off of it, honestly. And if you're behind that and it makes you feel better, have at it.
It's not that it makes me feel better. I just feel like it's the right thing to do.
Yeah. Someday, Tom, as in all things, what goes around comes around. And that's all you can hope for. I don't wish any ill will on you. I don't really wish any ill will on Perry, although I'd like to go to his front door and ring the bell and punch him in the face.
Well, you'll get the opportunity tomorrow.
So well, we'll talk about that in a minute. But I'm just a regular person like everybody else. I have feelings like everybody else. You may have made a caricature out of me, but the person you're looking at and talking to is completely opposite than that.
Yeah, which is again why I wanted to showcase this.
Yeah. And it.
By the way, can you switch you're glitching out pretty. Your hair keeps you have a beautiful head of hair, and it keeps going out with the background.
Have it much longer. But
yeah, if you want to switch if you want to switch backgrounds, because I
got a different background here, I can.
Yeah, the green is keying out.
Yeah, God forbid. Yeah, this hair is going away for a couple of months, because of a part I'm playing. I have to shave it off, but I'm okay.
Oh, you're gonna go full commitment. You're not wearing a ball cap.
No, I don't want to do that because, it takes away from the character. So I don't really want to wear a bald cap. And this will grow back. Unlike my brother, my hair will grow back. Did that one come up?
The comment that I put on the screen, that's for you, because it starts with your name. You see it?
Yeah, I see it.
World's greatest person?
It's the world's greatest person. And he says, Randy, we apologize if we cost you any work for having you say ridiculous sexual things to Perry. Tom B, when Perry misbehaves, can we have his money be donated to Randy's charity of choice?
We could look into that.
I'm not going to turn that down.
Thank you, world's greatest person.
Thank you. Yeah. Did the new background work better?
I think just that your hair was going away, and I'm just going through some of these other comments, if there's anything appropriate for right now. Here's something I think you can, because we know you've watched Perry.
Yeah. Is this anonymous $30? Has there ever been a moment of you were watching PCL Perry that made you laugh? If so, what is funny about it? Yo, I like the rapping Randy. that was amusing. Yeah, I was very amused with that. Thank you. There is. I
wanted to almost get you a gold chain and like some sunglasses for this. Where
up here, yeah. Listen, and there's some funny stuff sometimes that comes out. I'm amused at the way you talk to him. I'm amused at his dress code.
or lack thereof.
Yeah. Trying to be, politically correct here. So, and there's sometimes he will say something that I'm just sitting here, SMH, SMH, and laughing because it's so stupid. I love the fact that you have convinced him. This is the other thing. I love the fact that you have convinced him if he shuts the power off from his box, he's going to be evicted. Nobody cares.
Well, you got to do something. Listen, extreme measures need to be taken.
I know, I get it, but I love the fact that he believes that.
Yeah, I literally had to draft like letterhead from his apartment and company and be like, listen, we can't have this. It's affecting other. It's affecting other units. I have to laugh as I say it.
I do. And then when somebody says I'm outside scratching your car up and he jumps up, I'm like, okay, stuff like that. It's really.
And if it happens 5 times a show, and then it's like at some point you would realize I go out and check my car and it seems okay.
Right.
But there's he's like this, like where he's like, he's instantly like there's like lightning bolts behind him. Goodbye.
And then there's you hollering at little girl, sit down, come back here.
Sit down, yeah.
Like, okay.
Well, you know what? That's on me because most of the time I kind of just take a glance at the comments that have come in because I like to take kind of a DJ mentality to it where, all right, we're talking about this, like Rosie O'Donnell, for example, or like we're this is topical. We're going to talk about this. I'll play this. Or people are going really heavy on the 626 thing. Let me find a cooler, and that's my term for like a comment that'll kind of calm things down. Like
I don't know about that.
Warm and Lovable is always good for that. I can always go to a Warm and Lovable comment. There's somebody actually named Warm and Lovable. Yeah. And it could be like, hey, Perry, I really appreciate what you're doing today. And then thank you. And then I'm like, okay, that cooled things down for now. And then I'll build it back up with, somebody's writing about his guitar. Somebody's writing about moving to Florida. Somebody's moving, whatever it is. And then now it's time to hit the 626 again.
Yeah,
because he's not going to be a psychopath.
I have a surprise for him. You can tell him. 26. Don't you worry about that.
So yeah, but with the car stuff is sometimes I don't like. I pretty much pre-read every comment because I just want to know what we're going to get as far as his reaction, and then I'll just miss it. I'll just be like, some people are very sneaky. Like they'll sneak in something like, hey, Perry, that shirt you're wearing is awful and you don't belong at the beach. And I'm by your car right now. Yeah. and I didn't read the whole thing. And I'm like, motherfucker. I'm like, shit, there we go.
But it is amusing on this end, sometimes to see somebody.
So there is cool. That's interesting that, for somebody that's been, directly affected by PCL, the fact that you can get laughs out of it is pretty.
I've actually thought about inviting him to the mentally ill children's Christmas party, if you want to know the truth.
Oh, he could play Santa Claus. I can make that happen.
Yeah. I've heard how much brain damage he apparently has, which brings me to another point. It amazes me, quite frankly, that on this hand, he's like, I can't remember that. How do you spell? I'm brain damaged. But then on this hand, her name was Heidi. And I'm like,
right.
How do you do that? That you don't remember what you said yesterday, but you remember
he's dying on that hill too. That's not something he's given up on. Because I've said, like, listen, Mr. Callahan has no reason to lie about this. Right. There is no Heidi, and he's bullshit. Heidi was there, and so without getting into anything else, but just that, it's like, so you work with this Sally person and that was yours. So Perry would have definitely encountered Sally, I'm assuming.
Yes, he would have. Nobody who came into my office got past her unless I told her somebody's coming to see me, let him in. She wanted them old black women like your mama. Okay. and would slap the white off your face before she'd let you get in it for me. That's just the
Yeah,
way
and
she was.
you know, it's funny you say that. Speaking of super tips, I do believe Sally might be making an appearance. And I was thinking of the.
All I can say is I'm not. You know, you let her say what she's gonna say, because.
Well, I was going to base her off what's her name from Sanford and Son.
Yeah.
I forget her name.
Yeah, Wheezy.
No, Wheezy's the Jeffersons.
Oh, that's right, Jefferson.
He's the one that would like hit Fred Sanford with her purse.
Oh, you're talking about the maid.
No, that's Florence. That's also Jeffersons.
Okay,
God damn it! I got to look it up now.
Tom, I can't remember yesterday. How am I gonna remember who starred in a black comedy?
Well, she was like, what the hell was her name? I don't have the chat in front. I can't get any help on here. You know, like a Mom's Mabley type. LaWanda Page.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
you're talking about
Oh, Ann Esther.
Yeah, from Sanford.
Yeah, that's the character name. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. She's exactly like that.
Yeah, and that's what I I just envision like, Perry, you damn fool.
Yeah.
Like, how do you not remember me? You know.
There's an episode, and I'm not going to say the whole quote, but she was in Fred's living room, and Fred's friend was sitting there, and Fred told Esther that he was Lamont's daddy. And she said, "What'd you say, N-word?" On air. It's on the air.
They dropped that on the air back then.
They sure did. And every time she'd get up there, "What you talking about, sucker?" You know. So yeah, whatever Sally wants to say, trust me, I can't stop her. She was always that way.
I'm assuming she's passed on by now. You said she was older.
Yeah, I haven't. She was, when I was with her in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. She was already in her mid 60s, mid to late 60s then.
Okay.
So she'd be at least 100 years old, if
Now,
that. You know.
So you did the casting business, Total Eclipse, from what year to what year?
So I started in Hollywood in 1980, and I think, I'm not exactly sure the exact year. I think it was 84, 85, somewhere in there, because I did work for Nationwide for 2 or 3 years. So somewhere around 84, 85, I think.
When did you leave the business?
I left the business. I left California in 2004.
Okay. And when she was with you the entire time?
Yes. Yeah, she was with me. I started with her. She was already working for Mike Johnson when I went to work for Mike Johnson. So,
and Mike Johnson is the other casting agent that worked in your office?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I worked for him. I was his employee. I was a casting director as his employee. But
you worked for him, but was he involved with Total Eclipse at all? Was he in the same building as you?
No, he was never involved with Total Eclipse. He was he was Nationwide Casting. Then he was Johnson at Buckingham when I went to work. Then he changed it to Nationwide Casting, and then I left Nationwide Casting, and he changed it, I think, just to Mike Johnson Casting.
Okay. So yeah, because I had his name.
And I know he was still around in later years in the 80s and 90s, because I saw some reference to him in a couple of movies that Perry mentioned. So I saw some.
He was the casting person for Threesome.
Correct. Yeah, I saw that.
Where Perry called the star of the movie the F word.
Yeah.
The really bad F word.
Yeah. You mean that word?
That word that will go unmentioned.
Yeah, if you call me, I'll cut your ass.
Well, now you give me a dare. I might go.
So
if this was members only, Randy, I'd be dropping that like you.
I know.
But so Sally's ride or die with you for all that time.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of memories, Sally and I do, when we're working on Hollywood Boulevard, and Sally loved me and I loved Sally. We always laughed. We had a good time. We were walking down Hollywood Boulevard going to the office, which was on Hollywood Boulevard, and we were headed to breakfast first, and there's this homeless woman sitting on the curb, and she's begging for money. She's like, "I'm hungry. Can I get some money?" And Sally says, I'm not giving you money for wine or drugs. Now, if your ass is hungry, get up and come on down with us. We'll feed you breakfast while we eat it. Well, she was mad. I ain't having that. I want the money. And she pulls a dildo out and starts shaking it at Sally.
So she just happened to have that on her.
Yeah, just happened to have it on her. Listen, I'm going to stand there and laugh because I think it's funny, you know.
So when you went through that trouble with the whole 17-year-old incident, I'm assuming she had your back with that as well.
Absolutely, 1,000%. Many people had my back on that, 1,000%. But she was absolutely, when you say ride or die, she was my ride or die. You couldn't get past her. She's like the vault door at Fort Knox. To get into my office, she couldn't get past her, unless she said, I said it was okay. You're not coming in. It's just the way it
I mentioned warm and lovable before. Here he is. This is again for you.
Who is this warm and lovable?
Warm and lovable.
$30. Thank you.
He's both warm and lovable.
Are you? Yeah. Randy, thanks from all of us for coming on today. I hope you realize how thrilled we are to hear from you. This show has gotten a lot of us through tough times. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that it has some positive feel for you, and you know, if it's helped get you through tough times. If you feel this is a place to reach out, I'm all about that. You know, I want to support you.
I want to get into. Let me just make sure I have my little cheat sheet notes. I want to make sure I get to everything before we get into anything serious. Well, let me ask you this. I don't have this in my notes, but it just came to me. Why did you leave the business? Was it a personal decision?
Yeah, it was a couple of decisions. I had to. I ended up having to have a back surgery, a major back surgery, and. By
the way, tell people, because we talked about this before we went on the air. How many back surgeries have you had?
27 total.
That's like more than Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, and it's all because the first one failed. The doctor that did the first one, and he punctured my meningocele, which is the sac that surrounds your spinal cord. And the fluid started leaking out, and one thing led to another. He went in to repair that, and when he went to close it up, he caught a nerve up with a suture. And so that led to another.
That's fairly common. I've heard that from other people.
So that led to another surgery. And back in the day when this was going on, I was wearing a halo and a body cast for months at a time. And in the first 12 months, I had 11 back surgeries. So I was restricted to the hospital, the SAG hospital, most of that time. And I had turned my company over to somebody I thought that was a trusted friend and an accountant, and they just robbed me of everything I had. But so I retired because I just couldn't continue with the condition I was in. They had put a morphine pump implant in me. And so now I'm on morphine for the pain and the other drugs that they were keeping me on. And I was living in a phase. And I had a partner at that time who got involved with a producer who embezzled $500,000 from the production. She moved out here to a town called Damascus, and he came with her. And then after he was with her for a couple of months, he came back and he said, I want to move to Damascus. I'm like, well, I don't want to move I don't want to be anywhere in Virginia. You know, my family's here. I don't want to be anywhere near them. And he nagged me for like 6 months. And I finally said, well, what is it you want to do? I mean, make up your mind. And he's like, I just want to go write. I can sit on the banks of the river and the fog rolls in and I get inspired. And I'm like, bitch, you don't get up till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no fog on the river at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And, but I finally, I looked it up because I'd never heard of it. And I thought, you know, I'm close enough to Virginia Beach. It's a 7-hour drive if I want to go spend time with my grandparents, quality time before they pass away. But I'm still far enough away. My mother's not going to come knocking on the door.
Oh, you never know.
You know, so I agreed to do it, and I came out here to retire.
So yeah, I was going to ask you. Yeah. So you leave the business because the back surgery.
Yes.
And of all places, you go back to the place that you fled from when you were 16 years old.
Yeah.
And there's, last time I checked, there's 50 states to choose from, and you choose the one that let's be honest, you had a difficult time with. What made you? What was there any other options as far as relocating, or is it always going to be going back home to Virginia?
No, listen, I've never had the luxury to, let's say, that maybe you had, a lot of your listeners have, where I can say I'm going to go home. I've never had that luxury.
Right.
And
No,
so
yeah, not the metaphorical sense, the
Right.
literal sense, in that
literally.
this is where you're from.
Right. It never crossed my mind. Was there another option? I could have gone anywhere if I wanted to. I followed him, is what was happening. So this is where he wanted to go. See, if you get Jana, and Jana wants to go live in downtown Detroit bad enough, you're going to follow.
Yeah.
And that's what you do.
Actually, no, not downtown.
Well, I wouldn't go to Detroit either, but I mean, that's what you do. When you have somebody, your loved ones and stuff, and this is what
sometimes you have to make hard decisions based on the circumstances you're in, and where the job takes you. But I just find it curious that you go back to the place that you literally fled from.
Well, this is why I said to you, when I looked, it was far enough away. It's a 7-hour drive, because I'm on the opposite end of the state. If you look at a map, I'm on the opposite end of the state, straight across from Virginia Beach, right at the Tennessee border. And I just felt like, and it was true. They never came here. My mother never came out here. My sister nobody ever came out here to see me. And if I chose to go back to Virginia Beach solely to see my grandparents, because I worship the ground they walked on, and they were in their end of days, and they're passed now. And so I just felt it was the least of all evils to say, okay, I'll come here, because I was adamant in the beginning. No way, I'm not going back to Virginia. It's not happening.
So what do you do professionally when you're back? And this is like 2004, I'd imagine.
So I was still recuperating from yet another back surgery. I averaged like 2 different surgeries a year. So for the first few years, I was just recuperating and I wanted to get that morphine pump out of me. That took 3 years for them to shut that morphine pump down, to take it out of me. And then I joined this Moose Lodge, and they wanted somebody to call
Moose Lodge, like
yeah.
But that sounds like out of like the Honeymooners or something.
Well, it kind of, their nation.
Did you have the raccoon hat and everything?
They have the moose hat.
Moose hat, right? Okay, that was my second guess.
Yeah. So I just started going over there part-time, just doing bingo for them, just doing a little work, and I got involved in that. And then the community center thing came up, and I said, okay, I'll come over there, and that's just where it ended up. I'm just one of those people that it doesn't matter. Like I said, I've been working since I was 16. I've retired 6 times. I just have to keep doing something. And
well, that kind of leads me to what you're doing now, because I see it on your YouTube, and I know you want to get into other stuff. You do Uber.
Yes.
And you kind of like film different things that you see that are interesting. And that's kind of what got you on my radar too, is you started putting things on YouTube, which is very interesting. How long have you been doing Uber?
About 2 years now. About 2 years. And listen, you can't make this shit up. I'm just telling you. I'm sitting out in a parking lot across from a bar waiting to give an Uber ride or get an order for an Uber ride. And all of a sudden, this barroom brawl breaks out in the street. So what do you think I'm going to do? Up goes my camera.
Right.
Or here comes somebody out of the bar, and some girl's chasing him, and he's calling her dirty words and wanting to slap her. Up goes that camera. It's just content. So that's what got me started on going over to like a YouTube page, because the very first video I posted to Facebook, and it got over 1 million views in just a matter of a couple of days.
Really? Perry's never gotten 1 million views. Maybe on one.
yeah, Facebook sent me like $650 for that video, and I'm like, hey, I can make a little
Oh,
bit of money out
Facebook.
of this.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. And then people started like, you need to get a YouTube page and post this on YouTube because you can make a lot of money off of that. And then I start telling my stories about the riders, the drunk riders in my car, and they're very funny stories. And now people want me to put cameras in my car and live stream some of these rides, which I can do legally because it's in my car. You know? And so I do it, one, because I like being around people. I like giving the rides. But damn, it's funny in that car sometimes. You know.
Well, you had there was a thing the other day where I think it was Tuesday, and I wanted to touch base with you because I wanted to do a little test run of this, where, you know, because we don't normally have guests, you know, aside from Bob Levy, we don't really port guests in, and the way I port him in is very, you know, it's technical. Because the software I use, it's not worth getting into. You're a tech guy, but you would understand it. So, and this is more, you know, not that this is so great, but it's just easier to get a guest on. But I was trying to do a test run with you to see, okay, you know, I want to see how you sound and how I sound. And you said, okay, well, I'm picking up somebody in Ohio today, and I'm going to be on the road for like 8 hours.
It ended up being 18 hours. I picked up, I originally was supposed to pick this passenger up here near me. She sends me a text and wants me to come to Castlewood to pick her up, which is an hour away from where I live, and then drive her up to just to the other side of Lexington over into Ohio. She's got to go to court up there. And so I'm thinking, okay, I'll drop her off. She's got a 10 o'clock court time. So I had to leave at like 4:30 in the morning to go pick her up to get her up to where she needed to be. Yeah. So I get her up there and she's in that damn courtroom. She gets there at 10 o'clock. She doesn't come out till 1 o'clock from the courtroom. So that's already putting me behind on the schedule.
We had talked during the day, and you said, I'm just waiting for it. And if this woman doesn't come out soon, I'm leaving.
Right. That's correct. That's correct. And right after I hung up with you, she started, and this was like around 1 o'clock, I think, when you made that call. So she gets in the car and I said, okay, we're ready to go. Let's get you home. She said, no, I have to go to the parole office.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And so I say, okay, where is it? So she gets the address. It's the wrong address, of course. So I drive around town looking for a freaking parole office. I find it. She goes in there. She gets in there. It's like about 1:30 by the time she gets in there. She don't come out of that parole office till 5 o'clock. And it's still a 4-hour drive back to her house, and then another hour.
What are you doing on this ride? Because I'm not a guy, like, my limit for being in a car is about 5 hours, and I'm done. And when I'm with somebody else, that means I can't listen to the podcast or the audiobook I want, or maybe even the music I want. And you got to make like, what are you doing all that? Are you talking to her, or are you listening to the radio?
No, I don't want to talk to her. No, I don't want to talk to her. Bitch kept me up for 18 hours. No, I don't want to talk to her.
What do you do? What are you doing on that drive?
So I take my script with me, and I have it recorded, and I have the music recorded, and I listen to my earbuds, and I.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the play that you're doing, or do you want to hold
on? Yeah, if you want. Sure. Yeah.
I think you talked about shaving your head, so you should tell people who you're playing.
So I'm where is it? Let me see. I think I have one right here. Give me a second. So I got cast in a play, and I went to this director and I said, I don't want any other part but this, because I'm an actor and I like good, juicy parts, especially if they're character roles. Okay. That's what I like to do. Let's see if I can get this to work. Hold on a second.
Uncle Fester.
You bet. So I got cast in Addams Family as Uncle Fester. And we're in rehearsals now. The play goes up the first weekend, or the last weekend in August, and then the first weekend of September. And the reason I said I'm going to shave my head is because when I do these roles, I get into them. And I don't want you to come and see my show and say, hey, that's Randy up there. I want you to sit back and say, God damn, there's Uncle Fester. You know?
Hold on a second. Like, you've got a good head of hair.
It'll grow back.
Are you afraid that it won't grow back?
Absolutely not. Look see where you're missing all this hair up in here. I'm not. Mine will grow right back. It grows very quickly. So by the first weekend in September, it'll start growing back. By the end of September, it'll be back. A little bit longer.
How long is the play on for?
It's on for 2 weekends.
Okay.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 shows over the course of 2 weekends. So,
who did you blow to get the part?
well, you know, that's the old saying in Hollywood. It's not who you know, it's who you blow. Okay. Fortunately, I didn't have to blow anybody in this one. I'm just that good. Okay. Yeah.
I got another message for you.
Let's see. Paul Q, $30. Thank you, Paul. Randy, thanks for doing this. Tom, you are killing it, buddy. No, I haven't gotten around to killing Tom yet. You know, we've come to a, what do you call those? A peace accord.
Yes.
Yeah, we've come to a peace accord for now, but thank you, Paul. I appreciate it.
Paul.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to wear a skull cap, because if you wear a skull cap, people see that and it detracts from your character. And I just want to be the best Uncle Fester that I could be. And so I throw.
Is there because who is the original actor in the show? I know his last name was Coogan or something.
Who was the original Fester?
The original Fester in the TV show. He had a very distinct voice. Are you doing the voice, or are you doing your own thing?
Yeah, we're gonna do the voice.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's it. I was always more, me personally, I was always more Munsters than Addams Family, but I do like both.
Yeah. I have a policy when I'm in a play, if I'm playing a decent role, when I learned this a long time ago. When I walk into the theater, when I cross that threshold, do not refer to me as Randy. Refer to me as Fester.
Okay.
And I'm going to treat you like Fester would treat you, and I'm going to talk to you like Fester would treat you. When I step across
how deep do you go? How deep do you create a backstory for him, or do you look into?
Yeah. Did you know that Gomez is my brother? Did you know that?
So is somebody playing hand?
There is a thing, but he's very. If you're not looking,
sorry, I call it hand.
He pulls a curtain back, and that's about it in the whole show. He doesn't do much. There is no cousin it, but there is a Lurch, and Morticia, and Gomez, and Wednesday, and Pugs, and of course their grandma. Yeah.
Right. The chorus.
Yeah. The rest of the cast consists of dead people, dead ancestors. Chorus people. Yeah. So. And the good thing with what I'm doing for Fester is I get to do something rarely an actor gets to do when they're on stage, and that is I get to break the fourth wall.
Oh, so you're talking? Are you the narrator?
Yes, I'm also the narrator. Fester narrates things in and out through this 3 or 4 times, and he directs it directly to the audience. So
Shakespeare.
Yeah. So I'm like that. I like that because I've had incidences on stage where things have happened and I have to make it look like it's part of the show.
Right.
And if somebody said something to me out in the audience, and in this show, I can respond to it. And I'm quick-witted enough to respond to it to make it feel like it's part of the show. So I like that. You know, I was doing Elf a couple of years ago, and I was playing.
Who did you play in Elf?
I played the Macy's store Santa. The Mad Santa.
Oh, okay.
It gets in a fight. And they choreographed it. They didn't want us rolling around on the ground. So what they did was they choreographed us, him and me chasing each other like the Keystone Cops. And he grabs my hat and pulls my bit, da-da-da-da-da. And one of the little elves during this chase is supposed to stick her foot out to trip me. But she never succeeds at it until one night she succeeded. And she tripped me. And I'm not kidding you, Tom. I was going 50 miles an hour when I hit that stage with my face. And I've got dialogue, and I'm going down. I know I'm going, and I'm like, oh shit, you know, to myself. What am I going to do? Because I'm old and I'm fat. My knees hit like I put a dent in the floor. They hit so hard.
Right.
And I'm rolling, and I'm laying there thinking to myself, while I'm doing my lines, I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to get up from here? And I kind of got rolled over like a turtle on his back. And the guy that was playing Elf happens to be an orthopedic doctor. And he reacted like any doctor. He started to reach down for me to see if I was okay. And I just decided we're still in a fight. I started slapping him. You know,
right. You're not breaking character.
Exactly. And so somehow, I can't even tell you, I managed to roll over and get up on my feet while I'm doing this and finishing the fight and grabbing the cane and cussing not cussing, but screaming at everybody before I leave stage. And everybody on stage was like, "Oh my God, this old man just fell down. What the hell?" But everybody in the audience thought it was real. They thought it was just part of the show. So you have to do that, and that's why I like playing those kinds of character roles. People remember that kind of stuff.
So when you moved back to Virginia, and how long did it take you to get back into acting, whether it was community theater or whatever else?
I probably didn't get back. When did I do my first show? I did Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I can't picture that as a play, really. Okay.
Yeah. That was the first one I did in this area. So that was 2016, I think. So about 10, 12 years before that, because I was still going through surgeries. I was still having other back surgeries. I've had a total of 54 surgeries because I had a blockage.
Wow.
Yeah, I had a blockage in my small intestine. I've had both my wrists.
You look, I got to say, for somebody who's had that many surgeries, you look remarkably healthy.
Oh, well, I try, I'm just not one of those people who get sick and go, "Oh, poor me." When you live alone and you grow up,
I know somebody like that.
Yeah. When you have nobody else to take care of you, you just have to take care of yourself, and you have a whole better attitude. When they did my knee replacement, the doctor said 6 weeks before you get behind the wheel of a car. I said I'm gonna do it in 3, and I did.
Good for you.
So, yeah.
There's a comment here I think could lead us into something I wanted to come back to earlier, but here, this is Jessie Girl. You can read this.
She said, "Jesse's girl, $30."
Yeah, she is Jessie's girl.
Randy, thank you for being on PCL. As a Callahan Crusader, I'm curious, how has this 1992 impacted your life? Has there been any backlash for you? Again, nothing but respect for you, and thank you for gracing us for tonight. #Justice for Randy. Yay! Thank you, Jesse.
Well, I want to get back to, because let's talk about that. When I don't want to get into the story yet. I'm sorry. I'm saving that for the closer, everybody. In case you're wondering, we're going to get to it, but I'm saving it for the closer. Okay, this is a professional interview here. Right? We're not giving that away in the opening minutes. But when did you become aware of Perry talking about you? And I cut you off earlier. You said something about Google. I think that's interesting.
This was strictly Providence moving in, I guess, on my behalf. I was watching television, and a Google ad came on, and it said, "Have you ever Googled your name?" Well, I'd never done that. I didn't think anything of it. So I went and Googled my name. And when I Googled my name, all that came up with it was Perry Caravello. And I'm like, who the hell is this? I said worse words than that, but I'm trying to keep it clean for you. And I'm like,
this is the cleanest video we've ever had on PCL. So,
and I'm like, what the, who is this guy? What's going on here? So I started watching, and this was like when he was still with Big Three, I think, or he was just coming to an end with Big Three.
So what year would this be? Like,
well, it was well before I texted you the first time. So whenever the anniversary thing that you were advertising, because that's what
2012. That was 2012. That would have been the 20th anniversary.
Yeah. So somewhere around that time, it was pretty close to that time, because it transitioned from Big Three to you, and I spent a lot of time trying to find out how to get in touch with you.
Right. Well, you got in touch with me during Big Three. I don't know if it was always like active and then not active,
Yeah, exactly. And he wasn't actually with Big Three anymore. They were doing other stuff as well. But because, like I said, it was at the transition when he was leaving Big Three.
Well, let's set that scene though. You Google your name.
Yeah.
And you see all this stuff pop up about 1992.
Right. And I'm like,
and I don't want to get into what happened or what didn't happen.
Right.
But what are you doing? Like, what is your reaction to that? You're seeing that, you're like,
Yep. That's like, what the F? What is this? Who is this? How is this happening? And how do I not know this after all this time? When they're talking about this.
Because he had talked about you. Now, that wasn't the first time I heard your name was during that podcast. during those years, like 2011-ish,
Yeah.
you know, right around there. But prior to that, he did talk about you quite a bit, but you know, there was no real internet exposure. You know, they had a public access
Yeah.
show, and I'm
Yeah.
sure your name came up there, but I didn't hear about it until then, and I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people.
Right. I mean, I saw the skit that he did with Andy and the rest of the big three, and
Andy Dick.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he's another one on my radar. But I saw that skit. I saw some of these public broadcast things he did because they're saved online. I was able to start doing research and come up with that. And I'm thinking to myself, who is this guy? What, I don't know this guy. You know, I just like I just don't know this guy because during the course of my career, I've gone through thousands and thousands of people. So who is this guy? If you're that disgruntled with me, you know, why is it coming up now? Nobody else is anything. So I started researching him first. I started looking him up first. And then I started listening to the podcast, and he said in 1992, he was on the movie 𝙎𝙃𝙊𝙃. And I heard the story about him doing a girl following her on the freeway and stuff. All I got was 𝙎𝙃. That's all I heard was 𝙎𝙃𝙊𝙃. So then I'm thinking, okay, let me go look up 𝙎𝙃𝙊𝙃 so I can refresh my memory with this and stuff. And I looked it up, and lo and behold, that was like a bolt of lightning came to my head when I realized who he was. So, and that's when I originally contacted you, because I thought, you know, this might make a good anniversary show for him. Because at the time, I wasn't thinking about, oh, I can go online and make money, or I can do this, or I can do that. I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was just mad. And I just wanted to go and tell my side of the story.
That's exactly what you said to me at that time. And it was something like, you know, first of all, I'm the real, and you're not the first person to write me as Randy Callahan. And,
yes.
You know, and you were like, you put in caps, like, I'm the real Randy Callahan. And there was something about it where, well, I think it was your Facebook account. So it was pretty verifiable.
Yeah.
And your exact words to me were, if you're telling me I could get a chance to confront Perry and tell my side of the story, I would love to do that. Right. And I went to Don Barris, who at the time was the guy, you know, who you know, ran the big three. And I remember talking to him, and I said, well, listen, and you had written him too at some point, and he had ignored it.
Well, he knows me.
Yeah, well, of course. But I said, you know, I think there's something here. We could do some kind of event with the real Randy, and however that plays. And he didn't want anything to do with it. He was afraid. He was afraid of you. And so that was squashed. And then when things transitioned and we started doing PCL, that I always had that in the back of my head. Like, well, we could get Randy and do something, you know. And I would always say, I do a thing sometimes, once in a while, not as much anymore, just because of scheduling, but called After Hours, after the stream. And it's just me kind of, you know, chit-chatting with anybody who's still left watching after 7 hours or whatever it is. And I said, you know, I've heard from the real Randy, and that could be a thing someday, but it was always like, you know, in the distant possible future. So, and, you know, and here we are. Yeah. So let me backtrack you a little bit where Don Barris is concerned. Once I found out about all of this, I've emailed him. He has an email from me. Yeah, I remember him telling me about it. Yeah.
And I'm raising hell in that email. And I'm going after him. Big Three, Jimmy Kimmel, Andy Dick, you know,
Jimmy Kimmel had nothing to do with your name. I understand that it's great.
You know, here's what the law says. You name everybody that's involved, and then
I know. I'm going to tell you where you probably messed up there is you probably, with the Jimmy Kimmel, that you probably scared him away, you know, and that was was like, oh, we're not going anywhere near this guy.
Right. And the other side of this is what Don probably didn't tell you is Don knew me previously. And
oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He knows what the real story is. He to this day, he knows. So, and that's why I emailed him when I found out he was involved with this and the big three.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So
we're all going to know the real
yeah,
story,
yeah.
or
So
your
these are
version of
pieces
the
that
real
come
story.
together when you start putting the puzzle together, and you see who's on side A and who's on side B. Listen, you figure out side C down the middle here. That's the way everybody looks at this. But you
Right.
know, I contacted you because only and solely because you said you were having an anniversary podcast. And I thought
I
you would jump
wasn't.
on that.
That was right before my time
Yeah.
with Perry, and I remember that it was the.
And I don't honestly remember if it was 20 year or 25 year. I just
It
remember
was 20. It was 20.
Yeah.
So that would have
I
been
just
2012.
remembered it was something
It
about
was
an
20.
anniversary. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 20.
And in my way of thinking, at least business wise, if you want a good podcast and you're trying to make money out of this, drag my ass in there on an anniversary, you know?
Yeah.
And then of course, like you said, we didn't follow up with each other.
No, and that's on me, to be honest with you. And we'll get back to that here. Let me give you one more. This is Perry's upstairs neighbor.
I love this guy. This is Rev Fudge Lee, $30. Thank you, Rev. I love you, brother. Randy, today is my birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you have some more. Would you mind wishing me?
See how easy that is. See how easy it is to make somebody feel good on their birthday.
Yeah. And you know what? Rev? Be grateful you made it another year. Okay. And I hope you make it a whole bunch more years, especially if you keep putting up that BS with Perry on his side. Perry won't reciprocate kind things like he did with you. Thanks, bud. #Team Randy. Happy birthday, my man. Do I have a thing on here that says that? No. What do I have? Do I have a, wait a minute. I have something. Let's see. I know. Oh, no, you don't want me to say whatever. Anyway, I got this little sound machine. There you go. Cheer. Yeah. I use it when I play poker. It annoys them.
You know what's great? You know what's weird for me is you haven't belched or snorted once.
I don't do that.
Oh, wow.
And I haven't.
It's nice to work with somebody
Yeah.
that doesn't do that.
Yeah, I haven't farted once. I don't have gas. I'm not wearing a diaper. I went to the bathroom and ate food before you put me online.
I didn't eat the food.
Yeah,
I should have done that.
So I'm a diabetic. I have to eat something.
Oh, got you right.
Yeah.
Here's another one for you.
Yeah, but badass. Badass. Yeah, say that. Yeah, but
I always say yabba dabba des.
Yabba dabba do. How's that?
Yeah.
For $30. Thank you. Greetings, Mr. Callahan. You mentioned earlier that you were a singer. Me too. What are some of your favorite artists and songs? Would you mind singing us a quick line of one of your favorite songs? That's very, very nice of you to ask that. Actually, I am a huge Motown fan. I love a lot of Motown. The Supremes, Diana Ross's Supremes, and I'm a disco baby, so I love a lot of the disco songs. I recently, 2 Decembers ago, I believe it was, when Broadway came back after COVID, because Broadway had shut down. When they came back after COVID, they did a worldwide review in theaters in a lot of towns all over the world. And I was cast to sing "This Is the Moment" from Jekyll and Hyde, which is one of my favorite songs, and I use it a lot. I actually did it on a karaoke version on a cruise ship, and I'm now the Oasis of the Sea karaoke champion. Give me a little trophy and a plaque.
Yeah, I saw some video of you on you had a good set of pipes on you.
Yeah. So I've been singing all my life. I love to sing. That's why I do theater. I do a lot of musical theater, and I like a lot of the music coming out of the musical theater. But Jelly Roll had that new song come out. I like, where "This Ain't Okay." That's a great song. I like that. Or "He's Not All Right."
I think what I think we need to do. I think you need to record an album as Rappin' Randy.
I could do that. I could probably.
Yeah, we could just write some songs that make Rappin' Randy a real thing.
The thing is, you got to know what you're good at and what you're not. Like, I don't do a lot of country because, one, I don't like it, and I don't have that kind of a voice. to do a lot of country. I have a great operatic voice. I've played the Phantom in the Phantom of the Opera, and I get parts like in Les Mis because I can sing really, really high for Bring Him Home, things like that. So because I have a white
you
vocal
strike me
range.
as somebody who would be a good 𝙎𝙃𝙗𝙊𝙾 in Les Mis.
Do what? Sorry.
You said you strike me as a good 𝙎𝙃𝙗𝙗. Is that the guy, the police constable?
Yeah. So I just, I've been in so many musicals in my life. And sometimes a song will be in one that really hits me or really strikes me. And like Bring Him Home is one of them. I do this in my car. I'm singing in my car all the time. So yes, absolutely. I love to do it. And thank you for that.
We got one more here. This is from Gil03, who owns Perry's original wallet.
Brother Wallet. Cheap Brother Wallet. I like that. $30. Thank you. Hi, Randy. I just wanted to say how much the demons all look up to you. I don't know what demons are, but thank you. You are truly our Keith Richards to Perry's Mick Jagger. Okay. We would really like to see a Randy Perry show where Perry is strapped down and muzzled. Oh, I'd go way further than strapping down and muzzled, brother. Trust me when I tell you that. All right.
So demons is what we refer to, because when Perry, especially when he used to be a Jehovah's Witness, which is, this awful cult, and they would be, and he used to call people, who he doesn't like, or you're all demons. He means demons, but demons with a D. So that's kind of what the community refers themselves as, the demons.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
well, I hope I'm reading these better than he reads his. I don't.
Oh! You don't interrupt yourself. You don't start going. Yeah, it's been. I just might have to get you to be the permanent replacement for Perry.
Yeah. Listen, I've got 3 college degrees. One of the things I did learn to do was read.
You've already kind of answered this one, but I want to bring this up as well.
Kevin Stallman, $30. Thank you, Kevin. Have you ever listened to Perry and the stuff involved in the 1992 story back when he was on the Big Three podcast? I'm very curious to see how Don and Mole would react to your presence and tell your side of the story. Actually, Kevin, yes. When this first came up, and I started researching, that's the Big Three podcasts were what I had to look at before the PCL. So, because I went all the way back to the beginning of the Big Three and started listening to some. I just couldn't listen to them all. It's too much. But this is why I know about the Andy Dick little skit they put together with Andy Dick and some of that. So yeah, I did. I've listened to the Pod 3, and what I'll tell you, that to me, this is my perception. I don't care what anybody else says. From Big Three to PCL today, that this story is all but different in multiple ways.
Well, let's get into that.
Stories, okay.
So, by the way, we're gonna start winding down a little bit. So if you do want to get a question for Randy, it's pinned in the YouTube chat. Oh, my leg fell asleep. Not used to being on camera. You got to stay still. I'm so hard on Perry about
get up and leave that seat.
I'm so hard on Perry for bopping around, now that I'm doing it, I'm I'm a little too hard on him. I'm looking to the, I'm just looking for. I've been trying to do this without my reading glasses, just because reflects and stuff, and I'm just he's doing the best he can. I'm not bopping around too much. I'm not darting. I'm wearing my rear's diaper. No, I'm not. But but I kind of get it now that now that I'm actually doing this. This is the first time I'm doing this without Perry. I've been on camera before, but not without Perry, and I'm just kind of it's kind of hard to say completely still. It's unrealistic. So I gotta
once in a while. You just gotta give him some grace once in a while when he starts.
I got the worst chair on the planet too. If I have a blanket on it because it's so worn out.
Right.
It's so bad. I'll show you. It's if I take this off, it's you could see it's a little too.
You're not sitting on that piss cushion, are you?
It's almost at that point. So like, look how worn it is when you really see like, and this was just a chair I got off Amazon. And to be like, people make fun of the chair because it makes noises when I move around. And I got another chair about like almost a year and a half ago, and it was in a box, and I never put it together. And then my dad needed a chair, so I just gave him that. And I don't know why I just haven't gotten a new chair. I got to get one. It's just one of those things that's really hard to pick out.
Mine's one of those ergonomic type chairs that they have all the lumbar support and the head support and stuff. So that's why I don't move as much. But I'm fat, so I slide down in the chair once in a while. Then I have to.
We can get you on the scale.
Yeah.
Later. Here we go. This is another OG community member.
T-Bone. Oh, I've got some stories about a T-Bone. $30. Thank you, T-Bone.
We'll save that for after hours.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Randy, I'm so sorry about any issue Perry has caused you. Which of Perry's items can we send you to make up for it? The chandelier glove, the grocery store diploma, you name it, it's yours. I don't even know where to begin with this. Nothing.
Really?
How was that? I would be afraid to touch anything in his apartment that comes from him. Honestly, I've seen the cleaning man video.
What about the Shop-Vac? It's right there.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I can go get it for you if you want.
Does it work?
I think there's a pizza that's in there.
Yeah, I thought it was broke, or it didn't work anymore.
No, that was the old one that we got rid of.
I'll tell you what I'd really like is that poster up there with him laying there naked.
Wait, do you want to know what that's from?
And put it on a dartboard, because I throw darts. So yeah.
You want to know where that photo comes from?
I'm afraid to ask.
Well, it's an interesting story. So, and I don't, maybe some people don't know about it. So the last time I was out there, and I was out there for work, and then I just happened to, go to Perry's a couple of times, and we did, the way we do the stream is like I port Perry in and blah, blah, blah. And it was just kind of a pain in the ass to do it from his end. So I just kind of did it the same way. I just kind of ported it in my computer on a laptop, my home computer, and blah, blah, blah. So I had a connection to him via like a Discord video, I think, or maybe it was Skype back then. I don't remember. We used Skype, which doesn't exist anymore. Anyway, so I had it up on the laptop and closed the laptop, and then I went back to we did the stream, and it was like a Wednesday, and then I go back to my Airbnb, and I wanted to upload the stream, I think, or whatever I was doing. I had to I think there was sound issues or whatever it was. I had to do some work on it. So I open up my laptop when I get back to my Airbnb. I'm just like literally like a dining room table in an Airbnb. And I open up the laptop, and it's still a live connection to him. I'm looking at his computer. I'm looking at this, but except he's in front of the computer.
Right.
And I'm confused because I'm like, oh, is this the stream that we did? But he is stark raving nude, pleasuring himself watching some porno. And I was like, I'm sitting here like this. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? And this isn't like executive stream bullshit. This is like real. And I'm so tired too, because I had all day. I was like working all day, and then I did the stream, and then I'm like, I'm so zonked out. And I think I got some like shitty like fast food or something like that. I hadn't eaten yet. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? And I'm like, is this like a video that's playing, or is this like, and it was live, and it took me a couple of beats to realize what I'm looking at. And I'm looking at Perry, and then I feel bad, and I'm like, shit. And what I should have done is I should have taken a screenshot of it like on the computer, but I didn't. I actually like just picked up my phone. And I just was like, no one's going to believe this. Right. So I have to at least, no, I'm never going to show the real version. No, very few people have seen the real version, but I took a picture of it. And then I was just like, I think I was talking to somebody. Now I felt bad. I had to blur it out or whatever, but I was like, I was talking to Garrett or Jim or somebody. I had to talk to somebody. I was like, you'll never fucking believe what I just saw.
Yeah.
like never. And so anyway, somebody took that image and censored it, of course, and turned it into a work of art, a painting. And that's literally Perry like this, you know, just like zonking out to his old girlfriends.
I'm going to give you this because I had heard that story and I didn't know if you were going to fess up to it or not. And you now have a new fan in me. Because
I got no reason to lie, bro.
And I'm like, when I heard the story, I threw up in my mouth, quite frankly. I don't know why you did.
Look, I'm not looking to dox Perry as far as like, you know, hey, I'm going to show you nude on the stream. You know, I did ask him permission. You know, when we did the stream, like maybe it was the next day, I said, Perry, I got to show this. I got to show this. He's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, well, I told him what happened. And then I showed him the picture and he's like, oh my God, you know, and he's like, and I think, I forget who else was there. I don't know. Maybe there was somebody else there and I showed it to, and it was just, it was, again, like if I had my wits about me, I would have like properly screenshot it. It would, but yeah, it was good enough. I'm a decent photographer. I think a good photo of it. And by the way, not the first time I've seen Perry's, you know, nether region. So
I'm not interested.
Well, anyway, listen, I keep putting this off. So before we transition back, before we go back in time to 1992,
I mean, you got to feel pretty bad when a homosexual tells a straight man, "I'm not interested." It's got to make you.
Isn't that the thing, though? I mean,
does that make you feel bad?
I'm not a homosexual, but isn't that the thing? Like, they kind of should piss you off without getting into any details of Perry. But Perry's under the impression that like every gay guy's after him. Like any gay guy, like that wants to like grab his ass or something like that. That's got to be annoying.
Put a mirror up there in front of him. Have you seen him? And it's a lot.
Hey, listen. I've seen pictures of Perry back in '92. He was a good-looking man.
Yeah. Well, you know. And I don't even, quite frankly, remember. I haven't seen a picture of him back in 1992. I have a picture of me in 1992, and I was a good-looking guy. And anybody who sees it's like, there's no way. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, a lot of straight men think that way. They think that all gay people, that's all they're doing, looking at your ass or want to see you naked. So that is absolutely not true. We're no different than straight men. If you see an ugly woman, she's fucking ugly, you know. And you ain't interested in tossing any salad or going downtown, but nothing, you know. And you get a lot of that out here because all these women out here have bellies. They look like they're like 14 months pregnant. Their titties hang down to the kneecaps and they got one tooth, and that's for opening a beer can. So there's just nothing, about that picture. I'm surprised you didn't just pass out.
I'll take this one. This is Church $30. Thank you. Tom B, as a gesture of goodwill from the PCL community, can you give Mr. Callahan a lifetime pass to the VIP bathroom stream? I think he's earned it. You know what?
No. I'm going to respond like Perry. Fuck no! I don't see him in the bathroom.
Sure. You sure? Listen, it sounds weird to watch somebody take dumps and shower, but once you get used to it, it's kind of addictive.
Not allowed. That's some bullshit. No. Who wants to do? Are there people who actually want to watch a stream like that?
Say that again.
Is that real? I mean, are there people who actually want to see?
No, that's just an inside joke that we have. Where
okay, well,
I mean, I think that would be going. Listen, I've definitely pushed the boundaries here and there, but that's I just think it's ridiculous that he thinks. And I'll tell you this. So when I was there, that time that I'm talking about. Officer Lawrence, who is a person that comes on the show, he had given me these little like fake cameras, like tiny little cameras that have like stickies on them, and they just sticky. And I just I went in the bathroom and I just started sticking these little, and they're just like, they're nothing. It just looks like a camera lens, but it had like an adhesive on the back. So I would put it up on like the fan. Like a little, I put some obvious ones like right, like above the shower. I put it like behind the toilet. I mean, I must have maybe 15 or 20 of them. And then like in the cabinet, like below the sink, like I put like one there, or like in the vanity mirror, like on the top and then on the inside, and like the shower rail. And so that's when he says, I found all your cameras. Motherfucker, like I found your cameras, I threw them away. So he's taking, and anybody with half a brain would take this quote camera and see that, oh, this is just a piece of plastic with this is not a camera.
Right.
But he's like, aha, I found your camera. And he tosses it or throws it away or something. And so there's still one or two still there. and I keep waiting for, because he and then this is the thing about Perry, and I think it goes to his number one, laziness, and number two, his bird brain, is when he's talking about it in the moment on the stream, there's sometimes he's just oblivious to it, and we got to beat him over the head with it. It's like, hey Perry, we're talking about goddamn cameras. And sometimes I'll do this thing where I just make something up where I'm like, hey, people were talking about you the other day because you were taking a number two on the toilet, and then you went into the shower and you started rinsing off your poo in the shower, and people found that really interesting. He's like, I'm cleaning up. What the hell is a messy shit? And he doesn't say like, oh my God, I'm horrified. I'm gonna go right now and check those cameras.
Right.
It's like, no, and he's like, I'm gonna get them later. Don't you worry. By the time later comes, he forgets about it. So
yeah. So
it always comes.
How can I send him a bidet?
Right. Well, no. Somebody did send him a bidet. He wasn't interested in it. Because he's used to his more thing. In fact, now that I'm here, I should actually put some more in there.
Yeah.
But So the executive stream is just like this thing, and the other bit, other than the obvious bit that it's like watching him in the bathroom and your intimate private moments, which would be, I'm pretty sure, highly illegal. The other bit is it costs an obscene amount of money to join up for it. It's like, I forget what the price is. It's something like obscene. It's like $8,000 a month or something like that. And then he hears that. It's like, well, how much am I being paid for that? Oh, nothing. That's me. I invested in this. That's my idea. And we have an app for it. So it's all these things. It's one of my favorite bits because it's not all the time that it comes up, but when it does, oh, I'll find him. I'm going to find your cameras and I'm going to flush. There's like no priority to it.
I would love to see you really take that just a step further. Like, when he goes in to change his diaper. And just so that he could hear you or hear anybody or see what they're saying about the super chat, saying that they're watching him change his diaper.
Well, I did this thing. So when I was there, I actually got footage of him. I forget how. Like he was in a shower and I was like, oh, Perry, can I take some video of you? And it was like literally just like my phone. Like, can I take video of you in the shower? Why? And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to show anything, but just, just like a crazy angle, like Perry's taking a shower. And so he posed for a couple of pictures and video. And I just, in my head, I was like, I'm going to eventually use this for like executive. And I pulled it out like recently, where I said, oh, here's a camera. The other bit is like, there's like 50 cameras. And there's like, somebody will write in like, hey, Tom, we're having a problem with camera 37C. I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. That's a problem. We got to send somebody. Rev Fugly is going to take care of that.
Yeah.
But I took video and pictures of him. And then I just like, I'll send it to Garrett or something like that. And he'll like doctor it where it's like, looks like, 4K or some, some image. And he sees that on the screen. He's like, how in the fuck? I'm going to find that camera. How in the fuck did you get that? So that's,
I don't know. I guess you have to be a very unique person to,
he's that.
Yeah.
He's that.
To go that route and have that sometimes I'm just flabbergasted, and even though I know some of it is part of his brand, is part of his act, it's still sometimes he's very good at crossing between fantasy and reality, shall we say?
We talked about kind of talked about this as well, but this is another one for you.
92 forever. $30. Thank you, 92 forever. Thank you so much for answering questions for our PCL community. How closely did you follow Perry's media career? Fan of Big Three podcasts? Would have been amazing to see you at the Windy weekend. Um, I didn't closely follow any of it because, for starters, I didn't even know it existed originally until I found out. The only reason I was following it then was because I was researching when I went back to start
Right.
watching the Big Three podcast. I was just doing my research, trying to figure out who this was, where this was, what's going on. I mean, it was, and who could I get in touch with to stop this? It took me an enormous amount of time to get the stuff that somebody, I'll say it this way now, that somebody put up on my IMDb page about all of this. And
Right, and that's another thing that why IMDb is kind of bullshit, because anybody can submit stuff to it.
So, and then I went, and then I was concentrating on having the stuff removed off of when you do a Google search of my name, having a lot of that. Now there's still a couple of things there, but I think, Tom, you probably can confirm this. If you Googled my name back in the beginning of all this, there was like a shitload of stuff that came up under Perry's name, Randy's this, Perry's that, here's that. And and I'm still working on having some of it removed off of, my Google page of my name. So no, I'm not a fan. I wasn't a fan. I wasn't following any of it. I was just using it for research. And as of late, I've been watching. I don't see every broadcast because I'm busy. I have a life and I have to work at night. But occasionally when I'm off, I do see, like, I think you had a broadcast yesterday. I didn't even know it was going on. I'm oblivious to this kind of stuff. I just didn't even know what was going on. No, I'm not a follower. I'm not a fan. I'm not a follower. I haven't been. And I don't know where I'm going to go from here. After Tom is gracious enough to let me give my side and to have you people know who I really am. I don't know where I'm going to go from here.
Well, what are you a fan of? What do you detox to when you're at home and you want to watch something? What are you a fan of?
I am a huge Star Trek fan. Let's see, and Superman.
Me too.
Yeah, my ring is a Star Trek ring here. This little thing, and so that's what I detox to, especially Star Trek. I have collectibles from Star Trek. I have a whole. I think if you go to my Facebook page, there's a picture of my Star Trek wall with all I have plates, and those plates have been signed by the original cast members. And other memorabilia I have, I have like Bill Shatner's a friend of mine. I worked on a film with him.
Oh, that's right. You had mentioned you worked on it was it Trekkies?
Free Enterprise. Yeah, it was called Free Enterprise.
Free Enterprise. Sorry, Free Enterprise.
And he and I became friends then, and he signed a couple of plates, and he gave me his original communicator from the original Star Trek TV series. And I've got a 1701 telephone. So I got a lot of like neat little things. So, but that's what I do. And of course, my other thing is I love to watch my Housewives of Atlanta and Beverly Hills and New York and stuff, especially Atlanta.
So, okay. So if I quickly asked you to, and I'm just going to say, Randy and I did a pretty extensive pre-interview last night, and where we just went over like some beats of what we're doing. And I recorded that. I may or may not put that out, but we maybe talked for over an hour about Star Trek.
At least.
And I don't want to repeat that here, but because I think we'd start losing people. But where would you put, okay, we're talking about Star Trek. Where would you rank the different series? Where would you put them in your ranking?
Yeah. So I still stand by the original series is the top of any list.
Right, I agree.
I'm not even going to rank that. It's just a good.
So we're not even talking. That's not even ranked. It's just understood that it's number one.
That absolutely is. But for me, it was Voyager. Voyager was my of all of them so far. Voyager has been my favorite.
Me too.
That's a lot of people are like, yeah, it sucked. No, I loved it. And I'm just telling you that I get so into these things. When the finale came out, that last episode, I cried. And got made fun of because I cried, and I don't care. But Voyager would be my first on the list, and of course,
that's a very unusual choice because I would also pick Voyager after original series, and we're in rare air. The people that like that.
Bottom of my list though is Deep Space Nine.
That's shocking to me. Now I've never seen it, but the people that have seen it say that it's top tier. Why is it so low for you?
I just find it mundane. They don't really ever get into any good storylines where they're out in space shooting each other down and having.
I never liked is he the captain? Is it Cisco? Captain Sisko?
He's a commander.
Commander Sisko. Okay,
so takes over the Deep Space
He
Nine.
always strikes me, and I've never seen the show.
Yeah,
but I've seen enough of it, and his acting performance always strikes me as odd, like his line deliveries.
Yeah,
or like
so. As somebody who my thing, I'm a guy. I like to see shit blown up.
Yeah,
so, who doesn't? And there's just not enough action in Deep Space Nine
because they're on a station and they're not really traveling around.
Correct. They do travel, but just minimally. They'll go.
People travel to them, but didn't they get into it where? So I said I'm doing what I said I'm not going to do. But fuck it, I don't care. It's my show. Didn't they eventually get into more space stuff when they got into the Dominion War?
Yes. Again, there still wasn't a lot of space battles going on, with the war with the Dominion and the shapeshifters, but all of that comes back up in some of these movies, like in the new one, Strange New Worlds. Some of that comes back.
And you like that? You like that?
Yeah. Oh, I love Strange New Worlds.
Okay, I've not seen it.
Yeah, that's the precursor storylines before. I think we talked about Captain Pike. When he first comes on the original Star Trek and he's in that wheelchair machine and he's all screwed up in his face. They actually show that in Strange New Worlds. They actually show how he got to that point, which we never.
I think I mentioned this to you last night. We talk about, and again, you got to be the Star Trek to know who Commander Pike is.
Yeah.
Or Captain Pike. And so he's in the original Star Trek and he's in that wheelchair with the beef. And I remember as a kid watching it, I'm like, man, how fucked up do you have to be, like medically, where the future Star Trek medicine can't save you? So that they give that answer. Okay, well that's
you do get your answer on that. So I loved Discovery.
Again, that's a rare take. Most people hate it.
Yeah, I loved it, and Picard. And people say, "Well, I don't like it. I didn't this and that." You got to watch the last season.
Right.
Before you say
which I haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Because it all brings back the next generation in the last season. So, and it answers a lot of questions. So Enterprise, I think you asked me about that last night, and I like Enterprise a lot. It's the ringtone, their theme song is the ringtone on my phone.
It's been a long road getting from there to here.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, but
and unfortunately for you like Star Wars, and that's like.
I don't understand why Star Trek diehards don't like Star Wars and vice versa.
Well, there's just not enough blowing up in Star Wars.
Well, to be fair, I'm a purist. I only like the original 3 movies.
Yeah. So that's my thing. That and Superman.
Superman, what, the comic or just everything?
All of it, everything. I started watching it with George Reeves back in the 50s when it came on.
Okay.
So, and he's been my hero, all these years, and he is the only Superman out there.
Oh, see, I come from a different generation. For me, it's Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, and I like Christopher Reeve. I'm not, I like him too, but for me, it's George Reeve and Reeves and just.
What did you think of the Superman movie that came out last year? Did you? So
it's a different feel with this guy, and they're making him more. I don't know. They're trying to give him more human emotions and traits, and I like a lot of stuff I see when you're ingrained in something, or you see something that doesn't make sense or shouldn't be there, like him laying in the ice bleeding.
Yeah.
There's a clip somebody put out when they're in the stadium and he's fighting with the chick who has the saws for hands. She throws a saw at him and it clips off a piece of his hair, his curl, clips his curl.
Right.
Goes flying. You don't see that. Somebody pointed it out and put it out on the internet. So, and I'm like, well, that's bullshit. That's not supposed to happen. You know?
Yeah. My issue with that movie is that it just seemed very hyper editing, like the kind of editing you see on YouTube videos, where it was just like, it doesn't feel cinematic. It just feels like, you know, really intense, and like, maybe that's for people, you know, and
listen, when you're diehard with something, and when they say he's invincible, and they cut off his hair, the backstory line on how he does his hair and how he shaves, he does that with his heat vision and stuff in a mirror. That's so you can't go change that.
Yeah,
50
and
years
also
later,
every 10 minutes he's got to be saved by his dog.
Yeah, you know, and the crypto. If I'm remembering this correctly, Crypto was his dog, not her dog. But in the upcoming movie, it's actually her dog.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. He was babysitting him. He was babysitting Crypto.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm not a. Are you excited about Supergirl? Are you going to be seeing it?
I'll go see it because of Supergirl. Anything that is Superman, Supergirl, or Justice League. I'll go see it, and I'll like it because I'm just that kind of.
Did you watch the Superman animated series? I rate that very highly.
Yeah, I put it on when I sleep at night.
Yeah, I thought that was very good.
Yeah, it makes noise for me, but I do watch it, and I've seen the episodes of the Superman, the Batman, Green Lantern, all of them. So there.
This is one of our top tier guys in the PCL community who wanted to say hello to you. This is Tony Pandoloni.
Tony Pandoloni, $30. Tony, you know who you look like? If I can think of his name. Tony, the guy who played the Candyman. Tony.
I know who you're talking about. Tony Todd?
Yeah, Tony Todd. And Tony Todd, unfortunately, he's passed away last couple of years. But you kind of sort of look like him there.
Tony Todd, very frequent guest star on Star Trek's.
Yeah. And he was in Wishmaster because he's a Candyman.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Let's see. Thanks for coming on, Randy. Have you ever smashed the like button on a stream or subscribed? Also,
no, but everybody should do that right now.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Smash it, but don't smash it so you can't get your friends to hit it either. You know. And yes, I have a couple of other streams. Also, it's wild at how much PCL lore you actually know. Bones up. Glad to hear your side of this. What kind of microwave do you have? I have one for sale. It's a big one, and I can't use it where I live now because it keeps blowing the circuit. So I have a small.
You should bring it tomorrow because we're going to need some extra cooking things. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, listen, I think we're at that point where I'm going to start asking some questions, and I'm going to let you.
All I'm going to tell you is don't ask something you don't want to hear.
Oh, I won't.
If you don't want to hear it, don't ask me because I'm going to tell you.
Well, I think we could end it here, but I think there'd be riots if we did. So let me ask you, we're going to get into the story. Have you ever really discussed, because I've heard like over the years, people have messaged me, and again, it's like rogue fans or whatever that maybe got in touch with you.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I asked Randy what happened, and this is what he said. And he said he actually, you know,
so
Perry pulled over a guy or something, or something like that.
Yeah, let me address that to you. Absolutely. I get instant messages and DMs of people, and just out of the clear blue blue saying, "Did you really blow Perry?" Just that's all they say.
Right.
Or I'll get a message that says some just innocuous thing about Perry and me, and I most of the time when somebody texted me one time and said, "Did you really blow Perry?" I only responded by saying, "Why don't you ask Perry?" And that was it. And then I block them after that.
Right.
Because occasionally it catches me in the middle of when I'm going to be aggravated that they're annoying my day like that. And I did. Somebody asked me what happened one time, and I'm just so frustrated with this time. And I said, "No, it wasn't a girl. It was a boy."
Wait. Say it again.
I said to them, "No, it wasn't. Here's a shocker for you. It wasn't really a girl. It was a boy he followed."
Oh, meaning, what are you talking about?
When he's saying that he followed the Shannon Doherty lookalike.
Oh, you said that it was a guy.
I said it was a guy. Yeah. And And because I'm just so annoyed at this, and if I give them some misinformation, then of course it's gonna get out there, you know.
Right.
Yeah, and listen, you're not gonna aha me on any kind of shit like that because I know what I did and why I did it and why I said it. And sometimes people are just obnoxious and rude and nasty. And I would never send you a text saying, "Hey Tom, did you really blow Perry?" I would never say something like that to somebody.
Right.
Because let me tell you how I operate on this. I'd like to be, if somebody said, "Randy, you blew Tom," Tom says you blew Perry. So I'm gonna say, okay, that's cool. All right. And I'm gonna wait and respond to it when Tom and I are in the same room together and you're in that room with us because you said that. And I'm gonna say right to your face, "Tom, somebody just told me that you said I blew Perry." And I'm going to say it to your face while you stand in front of me because you can't get away from it then. And you're either going to own it or you're going to lie about it. And I can tell because I can see by your body language and your eyes. And when these people DM me they bullshit. They send me some bullshit things off the stream that I'm just, so frustrated with. So
I can imagine going back years, I'm sure.
Yeah. And we're talking 32 years of this crap. And you want me to tell you what you want to hear? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what you want to hear.
So to be clear then, what you're gonna say now, this is the first time you're telling the real story.
That is the truth. That's absolutely a fact.
Okay.
It's the first time I'm gonna give you any information or details, true or not.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Let me gently walk into this. When you Google your name and Perry is talking about you and you don't necessarily know who Perry is, when does that aha moment come, like, oh shit, that's who that guy is?
So yeah, it comes when I start doing the research and he brings up Tehachapi. And so I'm listening to the Big Three podcast of him talking about Tehachapi. And so, and in the short interview I had with you, I think I said, listen, I've done a lot of movies. I don't remember half of them that I've done till I see them on the screen or if I go back and look them up.
Right.
So I went back to start looking up Tehachapi. I looked it up. Now, for the most part, I don't remember a lot of this crap and the people are on these movies because they don't leave any kind of impression.
Right.
Okay. But as in all things, people remember stupid shit or when somebody does something that leaves an impression. And once I realized it was Tehachapi, that was the movie with Christina Applegate he was talking about, that was my aha moment because I knew exactly who he was then. Because he I think I heard you say like he called somebody the F word, a star on the movie F word.
Stephen Baldwin on the set of
people remember that, they don't remember that he spilled a drink on his suit. What they remember is that he called a major celebrity the F word. And so when you do stupid, and he did something stupid on my set, and that's why I remembered it. Because it's unique. It doesn't happen on a lot of movie sets, what he did. And so that was where my aha moment came in, when I realized it was Tehachapi and the dates that he gave, because I know what scene he was in. I remember what he was filming.
So how long after Googling your name, seeing all this shit, and then that realization, that research that you did, how long between that?
It was at least a week. Might have been 10 days, somewhere in that time period, because I was half on trying to research it while I had other things going on in my life.
Right.
So it was probably about a week, 10 days.
So now you know who he is.
Together.
Now you know who he is, and it's like, oh, that guy. So why don't you explain to us, how does Perry Caravello come into your life?
How did he what?
How does he come into your life? How do you interact with Perry Caravello back in 1992?
So I have a casting company and I'm casting a feature film. Let me tell you that the penny saver is like what you get in the mail for when they slip free advertisement in your mail. That's what the penny saver is. I don't use the Penny Saver, never use it. It's just a rag magazine. Nobody in the industry
So
uses it.
would you use LA Weekly or something like that?
I would either use mostly the breakdown services
Okay.
or the casting call services. And of course, the Hollywood Reporter, because that's what everybody would read. So we would use those for to announce that we're casting something or we're looking for specific things. And because I'm a casting company, I have an extras casting division. Extras come into our office because they know we cast extras, and they sign up with our agency. And they pay, back then they paid us $35 to sign up to be an extra in movies.
Right.
And so somewhere he saw that we were casting 𝙎𝙃𝙊𝙾, and he came in and he filled out the paperwork. He paid his money to be an extra.
To Sally, I'm assuming.
To Sally. I never did see that. I had too many other things I had to take care of.
Right.
Because I'm negotiating major contracts with stars. I'm casting the talking roles and stuff. So I don't have time to deal with somebody who's coming in just to want to be an extra on a set. They fill out a card, an index card with their name, address, phone number, their height, weight, that kind of stuff. And we have a picture of them. A lot of them have headshots, or they'll bring a Polaroid, or we'll take a Polaroid, and we attach their card to it. And then when a call comes up and they say, and in this case, the call came up from 𝙎𝙃𝙊𝙾 saying, we are shooting a jail scene at the old jail in LA. It's closed down. And
so anybody who knows the movie, because I know, and people have seen the movie, there is a big jail scene in the film where the two female leads, Cristina Aguilera-Zepena, are visiting like somebody, an ex or somebody like that.
Right. And the two female leads go to this jail because their boyfriends are there, and they're going to interact with them. So this particular day, they were using all men. There were no females on the set. It was all men because they were prisoners in a jail. And the producers said, I want people who look like thugs, or, and Perry's like, well, I'm Italian, so, okay, let's put an Italian thug in jail. I'm okay with that. So that was originally how he got it. I never saw him before he was put on that set. I never saw him. The package was put together by Sally and sent over to the producers. They chose the people. We then called them up, give them their call time. And
now, you've cleared this up last week when you were on PCL, but just so we know, because in his version of things, you originally cast him for a billboard ad for Alvarado Hospital. Now that's just
correct. That's all I can tell you is that's false. Alvarado Hospital, the actual hospital, is located in San Diego.
Right.
And if they're doing a print shoot, I don't know about it because I don't do print shoots. That's ad agencies do that kind of stuff. Ad agencies do print shoots. Even when a movie poster comes out, those posters are done by ad agencies. They're not done by the production company itself. They're sent out to the ad agencies. So I didn't know anything about this print ad that he was doing. Never had anything to do with it. There's an old closed down hospital, and it still is in Los Angeles, that production companies use when they're filming medical scenes, and they go in and dress it up with the equipment, the beds, whatever they need.
Right.
And it was originally called the Alvarado Hospital, I think maybe in a diagnosis murder scene or something like that. I don't remember. I just know that I never had anything to do with the print ad. I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about the Alvarado Hospital in Hollywood or in San Diego. Don't know anything about it. So no, I had nothing to do with that.
Okay. So your first encounter, so that, although the timeline works out because he did have a pay stub from the Alvarado Hospital on July 3rd, 92. Yeah. And I mentioned this to him in his version of things, he got in trouble and the Shannon Doherty looked like, and by the way, if you're telling people that like, the Shannon Doherty looked like was actually a guy, that's a Bravo troll. That's like, that's some serious disinformation. Yeah. This is my first time hearing that.
You can show me payroll stubs from 4 different movies that you shot 4 different days in a row. If you're only on mine one day, And
Right.
and maybe he booked Alvarado, I don't know, was Alvarado before Tehachapi? I don't remember what the dates were
Yeah, I don't
for
know.
that, or after. You said it was right in that time frame. So
Well,
listen, he
it
could come in my office, work for me today, and we're done. We're not shooting the jail scene anymore. We don't need him. We're not
right.
going to repeat him. And he can go out tomorrow and work for Central Casting or another one, get another job doing something else, or an ad agency. I don't know. So that's just bullshit to me that the dates are close to each other or coincidental. It's just,
Well, the only reason I bring it up is in his version of things.
yeah,
He pulls over the Shannon Doherty lookalike, and that's changed over the years. Back when he first told it, he tried to F this woman on
yeah,
the freeway, his
yeah.
exact words. And then I tried to lean in by a goodbye kiss, and she recoiled. And then she called Randy Callahan the next day. In fact, at times he's told it, he said, they were Bonnie and Clyde. They were working together to get me in that office. You and the Shannon Doherty lookalike. So my point in saying this is, in his version, you called him the next day, get in my office. But the next day is July 4th.
Yeah.
There's no office open July 4th.
I'm not working July the 4th. I'm not working that whole weekend. My whole office is
so I just wanted to clear that up. So you had nothing to do with the billboard ad. He's
correct.
Confused about that. Okay,
Correct.
so let's get back to him being on Tehachapi.
So he goes out and he goes to work. We put him out on this set, and I get a call from the first AD, the first assistant director on the shoot, and he's explaining to me that they don't want Perry back on their shoot because they caught Perry dumpster diving.
Please explain to us what dumpster diving is.
Yes. So on a lot of movie sets, they have dumpsters out there because when they're done shooting scenes, they will throw out props. They'll throw out costumes that got messed up. They'll throw out sets that they're not going to use again, or like there's something got set on fire. And so they throw them out in a dumpster outside the set, and then they haul that dumpster off after they're finished filming, and they go empty it wherever they empty it. And Perry decides to go dumpster diving. He's half in. His ass is up in the air and his legs are up in the air. You cannot see his torso down because he's digging in this dumpster. And I know this because the first AD took a Polaroid, and when they sent me over the pay stub, the sign-in sheets, he sent over that Polaroid. And God, I wished I still had it today.
Please tell me you have that Polaroid.
I don't. And
my God.
I'm telling you, it's burned in my brain like it was yesterday. That's how I realized what was going on.
Oh my God.
And because I mean, look, this is 32, 33 years ago. I don't keep
what is he looking for? Just some prop or something?
Yeah. He's gonna take out whatever he thinks is gonna be some props or memorabilia or whatever he's looking for. I don't know. But he's dumpster diving. And that is a big no-no, among other things, because you're in the industry. You know, there's a hierarchy how all this works. But
of course, and Perry breaks that hierarchy on any set he's on.
Yeah, you're not going to walk into the star's trailer while they're on set and pick up a pair of their socks or shoes or something to take back, because if you do, your ass is grass. So I did call him into my office because the complaint came in about him dumpster diving. And I don't know what else you want. That's how I originally met him in person.
Okay.
And
wait. So him getting in trouble on the set of Tehachapi for dumpster diving.
Right.
They don't want anything to do with him anymore. We don't want him back.
That's correct.
Now, was he supposed to come back? Was he supposed to be there for more than one day?
I don't honestly remember if the shoot went on more than one day or not. It wouldn't have mattered.
Okay, no, he was gone. So
yeah,
that's what gets Perry to come into your office.
Correct.
So is this the next day? And how does that happen? Because
we're not there over the weekend. I get the package from the first AD after the shoot. They sent the package over. It has all the extra vouchers and stuff in it for payroll, and any other notes they have, or new locations, new call times, whatever. So it all comes over in a package along with that Polaroid.
Okay.
So
you're looking at the Polaroid, you're probably like, look at this asshole.
Yeah, I know. And because he that's a damn lie. I wasn't doing that. And I'm like, okay, brother, come on. Because at first he wasn't going to come into my office. First I just called him and saying, look, you can't go back on this shoot and you can't work for my company anymore because the AD said you were dumpster. I wasn't doing that damn dumpster. I said, okay. Well,
Wait, so this is now a conversation you're having in person?
this is a conversation on the phone.
Oh, on the phone. Sorry.
On the phone, when I'm calling him to say, you're not going to see, I wasn't going to say.
Why would you wouldn't be calling him into the office, because this is beneath you.
Yeah. And I wasn't going to call him in over it. I just called him to let him know he wasn't going back on our sets because the AD complained that he was dumpster diving. Well, he was so defensive about it. And I had the Polaroid, and I said, well, why don't you just come on in and we'll talk about it, because I would give
anything to hear this phone call.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's how I initially met him in person. The one and only time I actually met him in person was over this particular incident. But then it took a different direction after that, so.
Okay, so let's set the stage. And the way he describes your office, he's listed different locations and things like that. He said, like, how do I put this? Like there was some, Heidi's right outside, and then there was some kind of sliding door like you'd see in somebody's like 70s basement that separates a laundry room or something. Where it's like some sliding door, and you're in your private office, and that's where he enters, and you're like, well, you're in big trouble, mister. And he's like, and then you start staring at his crotch. So let's just set the stage. What is your office like? So
first of all, you ought to try to write a movie about this. You're pretty good at, exits, the doors, that you're pretty good at telling that. But, and I also recall somewhere in one of the podcasts, he claims my office was at a studio. And I'm an independent casting.
That's an older version of him telling it. He did say that. Yeah.
I'm an independent casting director. I have my own office. I did not have an office at any studio ever.
Okay.
I have worked in studios when they're doing a shit pre-production, where I'm in with the director, the producer, the ADs putting together, what they're going to do. But my office, and in 1992, my office happened to be almost on the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Cahuenga. And it was an old jewelry store. And it was one room, one big room. And there was a cage at the front door. You had to press a button because it used to be a jewelry store to get in.
Right.
And there were only 3 people working at that time in that particular office. Sally was one of them. And then I had a friend named Peter who also assisted me. And he'd answer the phones, he'd go through pictures, stuff like that. So that's, my office was just one big room at the time.
So you didn't have a private area where you could be one-on-one with somebody?
No, there was no reason to do that. You come in, and the room is big enough because it's a whole, like, inside of a building. There's just nothing there but the room. It's like an old jewelry store when you walk in. And so it's big enough that I can have a desk over in this corner and set up a camera and come in and audition you and put a couple of couches and chairs around for you to read your size while Sally's over here registering them, getting them signed in, and that kind of stuff. So it's not a start, because I really just wasn't in there that much. There wasn't a reason except for paperwork, or if I had an audition going on to bring people in. And I was in that office most of my Total Eclipse career. At one point,
you would have definitely been there in '92.
Yes, and that I can show you. I have a story about that with you know who Bob Kane is, right?
Who?
Bob Kane.
Oh yeah, the creator of Batman.
Correct. So the windows were all windows across the street out on the Sunset, and I had displayed a bunch of movie posters that I have. Some of them I still have hung up here in my house. And Bob Kane was walking by. He just looked like a bum, a homeless bum. A lot of homeless people out there.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's standing out there, I mean, probably for a half an hour looking at my posters. Then he tries to come into my office. He opens the door, comes in that cage. And I'm like, get the hell out of here, you old bum. I'm not giving you any money. That's how he's dressed. I just thought he was a homeless bum. And he says, no, I want to talk to you about buying one of your posters. And I'm like, you don't have a pot to piss in. You couldn't afford that poster. Get out. And he nagged me enough. So finally I let him in because he said, hello, my name is Bob Kane. And I said, yeah, and I'm the president of the United States. You're homeless old bum. That's how I'm talking to him, And he says, no, seriously, my name is Bob Kane. And I didn't realize who that was. I mean, I knew who he was.
And he's probably really big at the time because that's
right.
like the Tim Burton film had been out. It was
Right.
huge, obviously.
Exactly. So, I mean, I knew who Bob Kane was. I'd never seen Bob Kane in person. All I saw was
Right.
this homeless, dirty looking little clothing bum. And he said, "No, I'm Bob Kane." And I said, "Prove it. Show me your driver's license." So he whips out his driver's license, and the some bitch is Bob Kane. Now I'm down on my hands and knees going, "Oh, dear God, I am so
Well,
sorry."
how far
Oh, my
down are we
God.
talking about?
Yeah, you know, this is how you don't judge a book by its cover. And
Yeah.
and I gave him the poster. I was so embarrassed. I gave him the poster. And in exchange, he took a piece of my letterhead and he drew a Batman, his Bat-Cowler Batman on the front of it, and it says "Bat wishes Randy Bat wishes Bob Kane 92."
That's great.
Yeah, and I still have that pictures hanging up in my living room. So that's where I know where I was in '92. That's the only place I could.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
that's the thing about recalling things like this is you got to associate it with something.
Right. And listen,
When I think
I will
about
never
when I think
forget
about
the Bob Kane
'92 or
story. Yeah, I'll never forget the Bob Kane story. That's too big of a, of a deal for somebody. That's like Perry
Right.
calling that guy the F word, Okay.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
Some things are hard to forget. Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
Perry's in your office
Yeah.
and everybody is in earshot of what's going on between the two of you.
that's correct. Because let me say this, Tom, nobody ever came into my office alone with me. There was always somebody there in my office because back in that day, the old casting couch story gets around a lot. And
Right. Well, there's a whole adult film genre about the casting couch.
and I wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't accuse me of that because there was always somebody, especially when we're casting stuff that have children in it. You don't ever want to be left alone. And being a gay man, more than anything else, I don't want to be alone in a room with children, especially. So it was my policy, regardless of what I was casting. Either Sally was always in there with us when we're taping, or Peter was in there. Somebody was always in there with us.
Right.
I don't care who it was. And when Perry comes into the office, he's dealing with Sally, and not I don't know who Heidi is. Well, I do from an old movie from the 1930s.
Right. We're clear. There's no Heidi involved here. I don't know where
Not
he
in
gets
my life.
that.
There's not, right.
Yeah.
So that's the process he has to go through, and he has to come through the door. Everybody had to do that. That was just the staple. That's what made the wheel turn.
And I would have to imagine that him coming in is kind of annoying to you because you have more important things to deal with.
Correct.
So this is an annoyance, and the only reason he's coming in is you want to show him the Polaroid. Big, listen, you were caught red-handed. I have the evidence,
and he's lying to me about it, and I'm like,
right,
no,
right. So this is like, this is kind of like shit. I got to take care of this this dingbat that got thrown off the set. Okay.
Because listen, that there's extras are their own little group, and every extra that you see on a set, you'll see on another set sooner or later. And they all talk, they all remember. They don't and I'm sure that this stuff that Perry did with some inappropriate behavior with these women and calling this guy the F word, I'm sure they all had it was yeah about it, gossiping about it.
Yeah.
And I don't have time for that. I just don't. And the production companies don't have time for it. And if I didn't stop sending him on sets, they would never use me again. They wouldn't call me again. Because
hey, this is the guy that we took the Polaroid of. He was dumpster diving, inappropriate for really anybody.
Right.
But,
and they have to know that they can trust me and rely on me to do the right thing for them and their production. Because look, this shit costs them money. When you disrupt a production like that, it costs money. If he pissed that guy off that he called the F word enough, that guy could have walked away and said, "I'm not going to shoot today. I'm going to go home."
Absolutely. I mean, it's the balls on him.
$4 million to the production company because they can't shoot, because he's upset that this little piece of shit extra called him the F word. And so there's a lot that goes on that's intertwined with working in this industry. And I'm over here. They need to know, if they can't trust me not to let him come back on a set, how can they trust me to negotiate a contract with a major celebrity and then keep that information secret. Because I get their real names, their social security numbers, their real addresses, their real phone numbers, their shoes. So I get all that.
Right.
And there has to be a level of confidentiality for me in order to do that kind of job, or they would never hire me.
So do you have a photo of what you looked like back then? Because we've seen Perry in '92. Do you happen to have any photos of?
I do.
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know how I can bring it up on my camera, but I can show you one I have up on the wall in my right over here.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a big deal.
Yeah. See if I can get it. Can you see that?
There he is.
Yeah. That's my grandparents next to me. But that
can you at some point take a picture of that to me and send it to me?
Yeah, I can do it right now if you want. I'm sitting right here.
Yeah, you don't have to do it right now, but you don't have to do it right now.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
All right. I mean, I have a copy of it online somewhere too. So.
Oh yeah. I would just like to just for reference. So
yeah.
Okay, we've set the stage pretty well. He's in the office, and you're telling him why he can't, work in this film anymore.
Right. And he's upset, to say the least. And
is he screaming?
He's upset, and he's screaming at me, and he's afraid that he's never going to work in this business again. And I'm ruining his career. And I'm not, dude. This Polaroid is doing that.
So is this? I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, but I just want to bring it back to it. Part of Perry's lore about telling this is that you said to him, according to him, of course, that you're going to ruin him, and all the comedy club owners, and you're going to blacklist him from the comedy clubs. I don't know how you would have known that he's even a stand-up person.
I didn't. And for the record, while I spent a lot of time at the comedy clubs and the House of Blues, the Magic Castle, I spent it because, like every casting director in town, we'd be given invitations to come and view talent. They would showcase like that. So I didn't personally know the owners. They were not personal friends of mine or anything. And I doubt seriously if I walked up to one of them and said, you really shouldn't keep this guy, listen to me, don't let him work here. They probably just tell me to, get the fuck out before somebody drops a house on my head.
Right.
That's just the way it works. And I'm not the only casting director who's been to the comedy club or the Magic Castle or any of those places. We get invites and we go because it's free. The drinks are free, and so we go and we showcase. So I would have never, and in my entire career, I never said that to anybody. I never said, you'll never work in this town again.
Right. It's such a trope.
Yeah.
Thing
Yeah. And it's not my style. My style is straightforward and honest. Here's what you did. Here's my decision for my company. Now, there's other companies, you won't go out and work for them. You go right ahead. I could care less. Not my circus, not my monkey.
Right.
And now he's all but, because he's genuinely afraid that he's never going to be able to work again. And
does he admit what he did wrong? Is he accountable? Like, I'm sorry, I was looking for something, threw away.
No, he's not. In the time I spent with him, he wasn't accountable for anything.
That sounds like him.
Yeah, it was deny until you shove that picture in his face. And then you can't deny it.
Please. I dropped something. I was looking.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he couldn't say, "Oh, you copied and pasted that on me," because they wasn't doing that back then.
Right.
And that's why it was a
computer
Polaroid.
graph.
Yeah, it was a Polaroid because you didn't have the internet and you didn't have phones that did that kind of stuff. So
right.
Hard for a guy. So I said to him, "Look, you're not working for me anymore." I said, "But if you're that desperate, there is another option. If you want to keep working in the business, because look, Tom,
this is where it gets good.
If I can help somebody, and sometimes it's to my fault and I get slapped in the face like I have in this, then I'm going to try at the very least, because I didn't know the guy and I'm listening to a sob story over here and I'm like, okay. And he's like, well, what I got to do? I'll do anything. And I said, well, I can get you SAG vouchers. You need 3 of them to get your SAG card.
Right. So explain that
Right.
the 3 SAG vouchers and how
So,
crucial it is.
It's probably changed since the merger of SAG and AFTRA, and it's been so many years. But back
Right.
at that time, if you were an extra on a set, you got paid $40, $45 for the day. That was it. It was non-union work. A lot of extras got into it because they were hoping to be tapped to do a small cameo part in a movie or something, or just say a word or two, so they could get a SAG voucher. And that's a union voucher, but you're non-union. And if you go in as a stand-in or some other pivotal thing other than extra, you could be issued what they call a SAG voucher. That's what SAG recognizes you as a non-union person doing union work. In order for you to qualify to join that union, they required you have 3 of those vouchers.
3, yeah.
All right. And there was a time frame that you had to do it and submit them to become a member of SAG. And I suspect that it took him, I think it was 2 years. He didn't become SAG until 94 or 97 or 95.
Is that right? I don't even know.
Yeah. I think it took him like 2 years, because I told him if he wanted, what I got to do, what I got to do to get a SAG voucher? And I said, they cost $500 each. So you want to shell over $500, I will write you up a SAG voucher.
So this is like a black market SAG voucher.
Correct,
that you're
correct. Oh, hey, oh, absolutely. And I'm not the only one involved in it, but yes, I'm doing it. I admit
okay,
it.
so that was a common practice then.
Yeah. So he,
And 500 each.
right, 500 each. So he all of a sudden was a little bit more, happy that he had an out to all of this, because I made it very clear to him he wasn't coming back to work for my company ever. But I'd give him a SAG vouchers, because
And that way he can be
right, keep on doing
casting a
keep
TV
on
show.
trucking, right, just not with me. So he left my office, and he came back a couple of days later, because he didn't have $500 on him. He was, I wanted the whole 1,500. I was just going to give him the 3 and get out.
I'd have a hard time believing that 92 Perry's got that kind of cash on him.
He just cried, boo-hooed, and I mean, he was desperate. So he came back a couple of days later.
Perry is the man who cried to a prostitute.
Yeah.
After the deed was done.
Yeah.
to get his money back, and then cried to the pimp because he needed money to rent. So the man is a professional crier when it comes to money.
He was devastated that he was never going to work again. And now here's an opportunity for him to try to fix that in whatever way in his head that he was going to fix it. For me, it was just a business thing. I want your money. And if you've got it, I'm going to take it. I'll give you those SAG vouchers. I've never, ever, ever in my life said to somebody, I will do something for you, and then don't do it. If you play that game.
Mm-hmm.
So he comes in, he sees Sally. He does not see me. That is the only time I ever saw Perry Caravello, was that one day he came into my office. He comes in a couple of days later. He gives $500 to my secretary, Sally. She writes out the first SAG voucher. I don't see him. I could care less. I don't want to see anybody. This is just how my office operated. And I don't remember exactly how long it was before he came back in for the second one. It might have been a couple of weeks. I don't know, maybe a month before he came in for the second one. And I don't remember when he came in for the third one either. But ultimately, through a certain space of time, because I said to him, you have to have them in this amount that's a SAG requirement, not mine.
Right, you got a time frame to work with.
Correct. So ultimately, he did pony up the full $1,500, and he got his SAG vouchers. That's how he got them.
So when did you blow him?
Oops, I didn't. Let me say something to you, Tom. I'm a forthright individual. I have never had a sexual encounter in Hollywood in my office for exchange for a SAG voucher or a partner movie or anything else. I had a partner at the time, and I was monogamous as the day is long. So it's nothing that I would ever entertain to start off with. And listen, I don't know about the rest of you out there, but I look at him today and I'm thinking, trying to get a vision of him from, 92. And I'm here to tell you just what I told you last night. There is absolutely, unequivocally nothing, and I mean capital nothing, sexually appealing about Perry Caravello to make me want to suck his dick or let him suck mine. Period. End of that story.
Right. Because the way,
Yeah, it never happened. I didn't get a happy ending. He didn't get a blowjob. I didn't get a blowjob. He got his vouchers and I got my $500. And
or 1,500.
And that's the way it goes. This story he tells, while you and I have a little bit different of a difference of agreement on what we feel about the story he tells, because I feel like it's something he made up to start trying to jumpstart his career. Because back then, casting couch was a big deal back then. But usually it was a producer or director doing it. So very seldom was casting directors actually doing it, or the actors coming on to the casting director. So it would have made a good storyline back then because it was the talk of the town. That's my opinion. That's my thinking. I understand your thinking of it, and you have a valid point with that.
Well, my point is, I think you're giving him too much credit.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that's just how I feel it all came about. And why it was started off.
My argument for, and that's, thank you, and that's your story. That's it. Yeah. That's as far as it goes. And I appreciate, and that's your side of it. And people can do what they want with that information. Absolutely. You've said it now. My issue with that is that, not my issue with your accounting, but there's no way Perry would make up a story about him being with some other guy, because you know how he is. He's very paranoid about, he's very anti, and that's why people, of course, flood him with comments about it, because he gets so upset about it. There's no way he's going to make that up. So now we're left with, is he confusing you for somebody else? Did he merge you with somebody else that he actually did that with? That's where I land on it.
Yeah. And listen, I would love to be able to sit here and tell you that I have a pillow with Perry's face in it, because I butt fucked his ass all night long and made him something. I would love to tell you that, but I can't, because it's not true.
Right.
I would like to make a pillowcase with my face on it and make you punish Perry and put it on his pillow and let him sleep on it all night.
we could come up with a crowdsource for that.
Yeah, but it's just, if you know me and the people who know me, that it would have never happened like that, because it's not in my personality to do that kind of thing. I'm doing charity for people. I'm helping people. I'm not going to abuse somebody or take advantage of them over petty little thing like that, for Christ's sake.
Not only did you not do this with Perry, but what you're saying is you've never done this with anybody.
Correct.
In a professional capacity. Correct. Where it's like, I will get you this role or whatever if you do X, Y, and Z.
Right. It never, I would never, it doesn't, I'm not that kind of, I don't even think about it. When I hear people's, I'm like, how did you come up with this? How do you even think about stuff like this? I don't think about it. I'm just doing my job. And I'm going home at the end of the day.
Yeah. The other thing that came up when we were talking too is, when this kind of scenario happens, the casting couch scenario where I will get you to do something, it's usually a producer capacity, not the casting agent, that makes those propositions, because they have more power.
Correct.
Rather than a casting person. So it makes sense that would be like a producer.
Right.
And we've heard about producers that have done that.
Yeah. I don't have any power with the producer per se to get you this role. I explained this to you, that while being a casting director to the general public is a very powerful position, because we hold right here your dreams, something intangible that you want really, really bad, and that quick we can crush that, because if you don't get before the producer or the director, you don't get nothing. And so the whole purpose of us being in the business we're in is to sort out the the right people to go before the producer. They don't want to spend all day, like I don't, looking at, they're looking for blonde people to make a family, and I'm sending them redheads. They don't want to do that. That's why
Right.
I'm here. I'm weeding that out to give them what they've asked me in pre-production to give them. And that's all we can do. All I can say, Tom Brennan, I'm sorry, but you're not right for this part. I'm not going to put you for the producer. That's not me saying you can or cannot have a part. I don't make that decision. That comes from the producer and the director. It doesn't come from me.
So, well, off topic, is there anybody that you did cast in, whether it was extra or whatever, that became like really famous, like obviously more famous than Perry?
A few, but I think I mentioned Conan O'Brien.
Conan O'Brien.
Yeah, he's done a lot of talk show hosting now, and he was an extra. He was registered with my company as an extra in the beginning of his career, and he went out and did some extra work, and then he's moved on from there, as we know. And he's done a few movies, and then he's become a talk show host. So, Quentin Tarantino, well, and I don't think I told you about this. Well, I didn't put Quentin in a movie. Quentin came to me with a script one day and wanted to know if I could help him find funding and producing for it. And so I read the script. He came back a week later, and I said, "Dude, I can't do this. This is too violent. This is not what we're looking for right now."
Is this Reservoir Dogs?
Huh? No.
Is that what?
Yeah, no. And so a year later, Pulp Fiction comes out.
Oh.
Yeah, and Quentin calls me and says, "Ha ha 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 ha. Now what?" And I'm like, yeah, you got me. Because then he did another movie. It was called Mr. Lucky, I think. Starts out coming out of a swimming pool, and I don't know where it comes from. But it's just one of these guys, when he walks by you, if you're in a casino, you hit a jackpot. If he walks by you, you play.
Are you talking about Paul Thomas Anderson?
I don't remember the name of it now. It was originally Mr. Lucky, but yeah.
But but I think that's a Paul Thomas Anderson movie, not a Tarantino movie.
Yeah. So I have a relationship with Quentin, because after that, then of course I give him to my funders, and I give him to my insurance people, and to help him produce his films.
Interesting.
Yeah. Some of the Supremes, they're actually still operating as the Supremes. Dinah Ross was a friend of mine, and Sherry Payne wanted to get a SAG card, and Sherry Payne took over when let's see, Mary, Diana, and what's the other one? Anyway, when the first Supreme left, Sherry came in, and then Linda Lawrence, or then Cindy Birdsong came in, and then Linda Lawrence came in, and today it's Sherry Payne. Linda Lawrence was a backup singer for the blind black guy.
Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder. She was a backup singer. She's now a Supreme, and then there's a couple other ones. So, and Sherry Payne's sister is Frida Payne, and a lot of people probably don't remember. She did the song "Band of Gold." That was her strikeout hit. And so I put both of them in movies and get their SAG cards, and they're still operating today, going great.
Well, after this, this is gonna make waves. This interview here. Where would you like to go with this, as far as confronting Perry, maybe down the road?
Yeah. As I've said to you, I want to get my story out there, and I want people to know who I really am. And if you know that, then you can make a decision based on this, because I just want it out of my life. I don't want this person making up these stories and making these outrageous, vile claims of stuff that I did. Because I've told you this, in my mind, if some of what he's done is criminal. And I just want it over. I want him out of my life. I want it done. And I want people to know at least my side. Look, you make up your mind. God gave you free will. You can listen to everybody's story. And if you think I'm full of shit, more power to you. I don't care. I just want to make sure that at least my side's out there now. And I can move on from that and hopefully get my own podcast going. Maybe, I have that Cameo thing that's set up.
Oh, yeah, we should mention that.
Yeah.
if you would like to book Mr. Callahan for a cameo, wish you a happy birthday, maybe a graduation thing, maybe wish you a happy 4th of July, cameo.com/Randy Callahan.
Yeah. And so I'm hoping to move on to this, and if I can start my own podcast and people can come and talk to me and get a good laugh or get some advice or whatever, and I can make
one of the things I said
put back into my charity, then that's what I want to do.
And I would love that. And one of the things I said to you is like, with your own podcast is like, listen, Perry's been using your voice. Like, I'll create a Perry voice for you.
Oh, I'd love that.
And then people can send in comments as Perry to you.
Right.
I mean, how meta would that be?
Yeah.
And I think your channel now, I think we agree that we shouldn't do it on your main channel, but like, it'll be youtube.com/Randy Callahan Live. So I mean, it's not set up yet or anything, but that'll be coming soon.
Yeah, I'm in the process of getting it set up. I've started. I'm just, kind of new at all of this.
Yeah, no, of course. And it's a learning curve.
Yeah. And,
I'm more than happy to help you with that.
And I think, I put some videos up because I have this thing when I'm making these videos that people are being stupid on the street. I'm running a commentary behind it.
Right.
That black guy was that little he was 6'4" and this cop is like 5'2". It's a woman and she's got him and he's like, I'm not getting in that car, you raggedy ass bitch. And I'm like, oh, you getting in that car. Okay. So I like to comment underneath it and people keep saying I should start a
right. And then if you do
funny. Yeah.
And if you do streaming stuff, that would be very different. That's not,
I have no desire to follow in Perry's footstep.
Oh, really? You're not going to sit in a diaper and
I have no desire to act like him, tell stories like him, tell lies like I have just no desire to do that. But since he's made me a famous internet, rolling off your tongue, Randy Callahan live,
Yeah, I mean, you do have a built-in audience, which is not.
So why not? Why not try to capitalize off it? Because maybe I can recoup some of what he's caused me to lose.
I think you can. And also maybe build up to a live confrontation at some point, whether it's in the wrestling ring or, somewhere else.
Yeah. Oh, I don't care what it is. I can be up there. Perry Caravello, come on down. And guess what? Behind screen number 1. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. At some point in my life, it's in my bucket list to confront him face to face.
I will make that happen.
It's just, and it might come sooner than he thinks.
It just might.
Yeah. So, I don't, Tom, what do I get out of this? I'm not in it for any reason now than for people to know the truth between the two of us, what happened and what didn't happen. And if you get to know me, you'll probably say, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense that a man like this would, who's out. I worked for Children of the Night in Hollywood. And that was a charity organization that took runaway children who came to Hollywood to try to make it in the business. They become prostitutes on the street. So I worked with that organization to get them off the streets and get them back home or rehome them, whatever the case may be. So it's dear to my heart to do that. The National Ability Center in Park City, Utah, I helped them raise over $10 million so they could build a new facility. And this facility, what they do is they take mostly kids, but some young adults too, who are severely disabled, like you're missing an arm and a leg. Right. And they put you on a horse and teach you how to ride a horse. They show you how to use your prosthetics to play basketball or swim. And the first time I went, a 16-year-old boy comes screaming down a 12,000-foot mountain on skis. And he has one leg and one arm. And I'm
better than Perry.
Yeah, I'm overwhelmed that's what this organization, because if I can teach you not to feel sorry for yourself because you're missing an arm or you're severely disabled, if I can teach you, or this organization can, that you can still be productive in life, that if you can, if I could, come down a 12,000-foot mountain and not, end up like a giant snowball, there's nothing I can't do. Now I've got a whole new attitude, about my life. and I've been doing this all these years through my life, and I've traveled. I've been in every state in this country, and I've traveled all around the world, and doing the stuff like the Meals on Wheels and the senior services, especially when it involves children and seniors, means so much for me. And then adding in on top of that, that I do the autism and the mentally challenged children thing to help them, because if anybody has an autistic child, if they can get 2 hours of respite, they're like, you know, and that's what we do. We take them in and we distract them with Santa Claus, and of course we like to sugar them up a lot.
Of course, yeah.
You know, and that's where my heart lies. My heart doesn't lie saying, "Hey Tom, give me a blowjob, give me a SAG card." I could care less. You know, I could care less. It's nothing to me, and it's just nothing worth me even considering. And the things I've had to go through in my life, and the challenges that I've had to go through, and get where I'm at today, and still be alive, and still not want to come over there and stab him in his fucking throat. It says something, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to.
Yeah, you got to be on your best behavior tomorrow.
I'm not going to sit here and, well, I don't know about that. You know, we'll see when it comes face to face. But I'm not going to sit here and rant and rave and scream and holler that that's a lie. I would never suck a man. I'm not doing it, because I'm not going to.
Well, it'd be a bit ridiculous to argue the same way, you know.
And I'm not going to respond, and there's no dignity to responding like that. And I think if I respond like that, even I would say, well, you're bullshit. Perry's story's true. You know, you know, what's that old saying? Methinks thou dost protest too much.
Right.
I'm not doing that. You've heard what I have to say. I don't necessarily have to repeat it again, because to me, that's the end of the story until I can catch up with him. You know, it's like I said about you one time. I said to some people, they were talking about you, and I said, "Oh, I'm so fucking mad at him. I just want to stab him in the throat," because that's what he's pulled out of me. But
let me ask you this: Do you feel better now?
I do. I'm starting to feel a little bit better. And I honestly, I love what the people have been, you know, posting up here, and grateful enough that they sat here this long just to hear me out, and to hear what I have to say. And I don't know, I'm not going to justify whether I'm telling the truth or not, because I don't have to.
No, and that's not what this is about.
Right.
It's about getting your, you know, your side out.
It just hurts me deeply to think that we all don't want people to think we're some nasty, crazy little, you know, pervert. And the fact that something like that gets out to make it sound like I am, and you know human nature, I can tell you a story, you're going to believe me if you don't ever hear from the other side, you know. What else you've got to go on?
I'll say this for myself, and this whole thing of talking to you, and, you know, not just tonight, but in the time that we've spoken, it's really taught me a lesson in that, you know, when sometimes you say now in the Perry universe, you know, we give, you know, there's a lot of, how do you say, like, not false representation, but versions of people that he believes, and most of it is harmless. You know, if he's talking to Paul Lynde, who's been dead for, you know, 40-something
and
years.
Wilford Brimley, been dead for years.
Wilford Brimley is no longer with us. But I always say, if Perry thinks they're alive, they're alive. That's the reality of it. But when it's something like you, where you're a unique case, where this is somebody that you know, he has sworn up and down that this tale has happened the way he said it, and we're so used to his version, and sometimes it's hard to realize that there's a real person behind that name and behind that caricature. Right. And so now, you know, regardless of like if the Randy voice comes back or not, the Randy stuff now, at least for me, and I don't know about for anybody watching, and they can be their own, you know, arbiters of this, but for me, it just hits differently now. Yeah. The stuff. And, and of course, I'm going to show Perry clips of this tomorrow on our members only. And I'd be curious to see his reaction. I'm sure he's going to be like, bullshit, his usual stuff.
Yeah.
But it's going to take, this is going to take some time, and we're not going to do this all the time.
Right.
It's not like you're going to be a regular here or something like that. And I'm sure you're not looking for that, but whatever happens, it's changed now, or I will say it's evolved, and it's going to hit different.
I don't know if you know this or not. I wear many hats. I'm an ordained minister. I'm a notary public. I'm also a end-of-life hospice volunteer. And just 2 weeks ago, I got a call to go to the hospital over in Kingsport because there was a family there that I needed to go in and talk to them about turning the machines off. And I show up because I want to do the right thing, and I walk in the room, and the person laying in the bed on the machines is a very, very dear friend of mine. I've known her for over 20 years. And now I have to walk in as a hospice volunteer and help that family make the decision to turn those machines off. But I do it as a volunteer. I do it because it's necessary, and somebody has to be, like you said the other night, Jesus Christ, the guy was just saying, I'm having a bad day. Couldn't you say one nice thing to him? And in times like that, it's very hard to find somebody who will come in and stand with somebody and cut their machines off, because that's what I do. And that's what I did for her. That's the kind of person I am, period. And I don't know where to go from there to tell you what's in my heart and the kind of man I am. I don't know where to go from there to tell you that, because everything I've ever done, Tom, is dedicate my own life to everybody else's in some fashion, some charitable fashion. I don't want people to pat me on the back for it. That's not why I do it. I don't ask for that. But I certainly don't ask to be slapped in the face like this either, on the other hand.
Right.
So I just want to, if I can end this massacre he's been out for 32 years doing, I would love to end it. If I can't, there's probably other alternatives.
We can only, I don't know how, you and I have been talking, and I don't know how other people are reacting to it. But I think, from the, and I'll put up some more, people that these are people, that participate in our stream quite a bit. And I think they would be very, quite honest about how they're feeling about things. But, you're getting a little vibe of it with stuff like this. This is Morangi.
Captain Picard. Morangi, $30.
No, that's what's his name? Dixon Hill.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, Randy, and being a good sport. I think the majority of us are rational adults that come together just to poke an angry bear from time to time. The dating game with Perry, with Randy behind the divider. I like that. And I get it. And once again, I say to you what I said to Tom: you poke a bear, and that bear comes out and makes accusations that are not true, and it hurts other people. I'm not telling you not to poke him. Maybe you'll let some air at him if you poke him enough. I don't know. And I'm not telling you not to do that. I'm saying, and what I said to Tom, an outsider looking in, seeing that kind of stuff, doesn't know that it's made up, some of it, or that it's trying to be done in a comedic way. They just don't know that. So, I don't know what to tell you. I can't tell you what to say, what not to say to him.
I gotta hear you read this guy's name.
Perry blew Randy $30. I would have charged him more than $30 to blow me, quite frankly. But that's neither here nor there. Perry often refers to the Alvarado Hospital shoot as a commercial, as well as a billboard ad. Is it possible you cast him in a TV commercial for Alvarado Hospital, and they use the same people to take stills for a billboard? Have no clue. I have no answer for that. I don't know. I have no memory of anything Alvarado except for the medical shoots that we would do for movies or TV shows. Billboards, I have no idea. So I honestly can't tell you. Is it possible? In the multiverse, he probably did. I don't know.
Just a few more of these.
Yabba dabba dabs, $30. Thank you. Look, you look like Tom Selleck. I love that. Yo, Randy, I'm an old school metalhead here. Wasn't Ronnie James Dio involved, played concerts to help support that Children of the Night charity? You and Perry need to have a wrestling match to settle the score once and for all. And yes, there were many concerts for the Children of the Night charity. I'm surprised that you actually knew about it. A lot of people, don't remember that particular charity. So, but yes, he was involved in concerts for that. Me and Perry in a wrestling match, I wouldn't let that nasty ass scuzzball put his hands on me in any fashion. Like,
didn't you tell me that you had experience with wrestling?
I have. I'm a ring announcer, and in the state of Virginia, you have to have a wrestling license, or you're not allowed in the ring. So, and I get in the ring, and I'm good at antagonizing the wrestlers, and sometimes I'll go like trip them, or I'll get involved in a match. But yes, yeah, I have an actual wrestling license too, among everything else I have out there in the world. Nate S, $30. Thank you, Nate. Randy, for all the grief Perry has caused, why don't you get the pink slip to the Corolla? Perry won't need it. He can get a bus pass. I'm a Jeep baby, so I don't want his broken down on Mama's Corolla that was in a car wreck. That some woman went the wrong way on the freeway. I don't want that.
Allegedly, and again, that we don't know. We got to get the old lady now.
Exactly right. I don't.
That's next week's episode of the PCL podcast. We're gonna have the old lady from the freeway.
Yeah. So I don't know for that. Oh, Red Fudge Lee, $30. I love you, Reg. I do. Stolen gay Valor Perry. Randy, we believe you. We stand up with you. Now set up and stop getting in the weeds. We'll add an hour to make you put on another shirt, bird brain. 12 out of 10 BJ my ass Perry.
Oh, that's right. He did say that it was the best he ever had.
Yeah.
And as far as the weeds go, we still haven't talked about the Star Trek movies yet. So that's
right,
coming up.
Right. But I love Rev. I do. I see you.
He's great. He's. I mean, he tried this thing recently where he was being nice to Perry for a period of time, and it just, Perry being Perry, like, he was like, oh, thank you, but like still treated him like an asshole.
Yeah,
and was it's just like,
yeah. And listen, I do. Johnny Demonic, $30. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Mr. Callahan, best casting director ever. I put that in there. And Mr. Brennan, best producer, all right, ever. This is a historic moment, regardless of the month and day. Mr. C, what do you make of our celebration of 626 and our general obsession with Perry? Check in tomorrow at it's 102, right?
Yeah, it's get the address right.
Tomorrow at 102, and you'll see exactly what I think about that celebration.
Yeah, are you bringing your own chili, Randy? Are you gonna?
I have a special sausage for it. Yeah, and I've just packed it because I'm gonna fly out to LA tonight. I've got a red eye.
In fact, you got to get going. You got to catch your flight.
I got a red eye out, and don't one you some bitches tell him I'm going to show up over there.
And I recommend again, definitely don't, if you're renting a car, don't park in his neighborhood. It's a very bad neighborhood. You want to Uber.
Well, yeah. Maybe I can get an Uber discount. I don't know, but
I think see if you get an employee
discount. Guess what? Guess what's not allowed? I'm not going to jail. So there you go.
I don't think anybody is. So Mr. Gann, I just want to say, I know this was a lot, and this is a long time coming. So I just want to thank you, first of all, for being the first guest on the PCL podcast. It was an honor.
It's my pleasure.
I think we had a really good conversation, and and if there's anything, maybe you think about it, and there's like maybe something else you want to get out, we could always do it again, or do it on your platform, and we'll see. I'm sure this is gonna raise more questions from people, and you'll be around to answer those.
Yeah.
You're certainly not shy about it. What I hope though is that when when you turn this off and walk away from it, that you feel good that you did it and you feel good about it.
I hope so, and I sort of do now. And I don't have like a membership to your what do you call it, your member stream or anything.
The executive stream. Oh, no, the membership. I'll make, you know what? I'll make sure you get that. I'll make sure you get that. I'll hook you up.
Because when I'm out driving, sometimes I'll put it up on my phone and watch it. And then if
you
I
know
get a
what,
rider
I'll make sure. You know what's stupid about YouTube? You can't gift it to like somebody specific, but I can do it on Patreon, and it's the same thing. You can watch it. You can watch members from my page. So I'm going to actually write myself a little note.
All right. And maybe
if anybody ever wants to see my note, like I always say that I take notes and stuff when I write. Like this is kind of what it looks like, where it's just like just nonsense. Where I'm trying to find an example of something, something recently. So yeah, so this was a big one. This was on.
See, that's how I do mine. I'm organized.
Oh no, not me. So this was like, you could see here, like I write down the time codes and the words he says, like CS. Means C sucker. F. This was a big. Actually, the F's were from me on this one. This was from the last member stream. So it's like my little notebook. And I just like, as I'm doing the stream, I'm kind of like writing down like oh, this is dead air. I'll maybe cut this or whatever. So I'm writing down.
Somebody can call me the F word all day long. I really don't care, because you know what? I'm proud.
It's just a word.
So it has no power.
I'll hook you up with that membership. And if you want to call in or whatever, we can do that too.
Well, generally what I'm doing when I'm driving around, if you're broadcasting, I'll put it on my phone in my car, and it's Bluetooth to the speakers. And if I've got riders in there, they love watching this. They're like, "What the fuck is that?" You know?
What do you do when you're driving and he's belching or snorting?
What do I do?
Yeah, like, well, when you're driving around the car, like, cause I always wonder, like, you know, people listen on headphones or they're driving in the car, like, and he's just like, bleh, you know,
Listen, I get some really. Somebody said to me the other day, they were watching it and said, "Who the hell is this scumbag?" and I'm like, and then he went on to like psychologically analyze Perry, and I'm like, you can't, you just can't. To just stop.
No,
you know,
he defies that. He's an unknowable
every big letter in the psychology, every big word in the psychology, but just stop. You know, because you're not going to win this.
Well, but, I mean, that's the thing too, and you know, and we're walking away from this, and I'm not. I really wanted to be like the unbiased journalist type, to getting your side of it.
And you should be, yes.
And I'm trying, but you know, I'm not going to lie. I think there's definitely reason to believe that Perry might be mistaken about a few things, but you know, other people could take away what they want to take away. I mean, nobody's saying that you don't have to believe, you know, Mr. Callahan's side or Mr. Caravello's side. And sometimes the truth is somewhere in the middle, but you know, it's up to you. That's up to you guys. No one here is spoon feeding you like, this is what you have to believe now. We're changing the script. This is what you could still, you know, joke about it or do whatever you want.
And there's some people who will do that. There's
of course. And I'd be surprised if that didn't happen. But the purpose here for you and I was, listen, Perry's given his version of it a million times. And I didn't just want your version either. I didn't want to just do the interview and be like, all right, let's get to 92. Let's how did you know, Perry this, Perry that? No, it's like, you know what? You deserve people to know you a little bit, and people to get a taste of your personality. And I think you're more good-natured about it than necessarily I would be, or you know, other people would be. So that was the whole purpose here, is just, you know, get to know you a little bit, not just get your side of the story, but, you know, paint a picture.
Right.
And if we accomplish that tonight, you know, it's hard for me to judge because we're doing it right now. Then that's great. And I'm happy.
And you know, Tom, this all goes all the way back, you know, don't judge me unless you walk in my shoes. You know, that's really what this boils down to. You weren't there. These people who are listening weren't there. They don't know. And yet they've made up their minds, and I'm like, okay, it is what it is. And you spend a day in my shoes and tell me how you feel, because I don't go after. I should have gone after him 32 years ago, shouldn't I? I should have got out shovels and rakes and hoes.
Well, you didn't know about it
Yeah.
32 years ago, but
and I
yeah.
don't. I still don't. At the end of the day, I still don't wish him any ill will. The poor idiot sod. I don't wish him any ill will. I don't have to like him. I don't have to like what he says. Personally, I don't find him funny. I find other things that go on around him funny.
Right.
Well,
Again,
Randy,
Perry needs other people to make him interesting or funny, and I think the credit that I'm going to give our amazing community, and I will say, I'm sure every streamer says this, but with us, it's really true. We do have the best community of people who who participate in this insanity, whether it's Rev Fugly or Morangi, or I don't want to sit here and single out people, but they're the backbone. They're the ones that make the turbines turn and make Perry. And then sometimes I'm sitting here, we're doing the stream, and somebody will say, so it could be a comment from Wilfred Brimley or Gina Carano or whoever it is. And I'll just be like, oh my God.
Well, I mean, you're his friend. You've known him for a while. I mean, you know what's real about him, and and what's not. So you're probably more adept at dealing with him.
Perry and I have been through a lot together. Outside of PCL, before PCL. We've I say this, and it's true. We've walked through fire together. He may not always be appreciative of it, or may not always, and I'm not looking for that, because that's not the kind of guy he is. Like you said with the comment the other day, and there's always people who, and sometimes I'll do that deliberately too. Like earlier I said, I kind of take a DJ mentality to the comments that come in. And sometimes when somebody is sincere, and it happens pretty frequently, like, hey, Perry, I just lost somebody. I lost my dog, or, whatever. Can you give me a shout out? Can you give me, everybody, I lost my dog when everybody loses a dog. It's like, oh my God, like his lack of humanity sometimes is kind of what infuriates people, but also makes him interesting. And, that's what it is. And you're going to get people like that. But I get emails all the time, and of people, lurkers. And lurkers are the people that, there's people in the chat right now. We can't see the chat, but there are people in the chat, I'm sure tonight, who, are regulars, and they're used to seeing each other's names and the type of things. And there's other people that just never want to participate, and they just sit back and they just enjoy it for what it is. Maybe they'll contribute here and there. And you get an email from like, hey, I lost some, and it means something to people, like, hey, and it's weird when you put yourself out there in anything, and whether it's Perry or myself or you subject yourself to a lot of elements, and a lot of it is people that love you, or like, I love what you do. And then there's people, there's gonna be people that hate your guts. And that's all par for the course. And hopefully if you do it right, there's more people that like you than don't like you. And I always say too, if you're doing something like this, and you don't have people that hate you, you're doing something wrong, because that's just the nature of the internet.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just at that stage in my lifetime. I don't care if you like me. I don't.
No, and you got to have a thick skin.
I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you don't like me. I really don't. You can't. First of all, you got to get up pretty early in the morning to be meaner than my mother to hurt my feelings. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Certainly sounds like it.
Yeah. So I'm neither here nor there on that. I just wish everybody can get along. I wish everybody well. I wish them.
Can't we all get along? Another 92 hero, Rodney King said that.
Exactly. And I hope, I wish everybody could be happy. But if they get enjoyment out of what they see Perry doing, maybe that's the only way they get into. Maybe they don't see anything else in their life, because our world is so horrible these days. So much raunchy stuff going on. It's hard to look out there and say, hey, here's a fun thing I like doing, or I want to go. Because actually part of entertainment is that you go to escape the reality when you go to a movie.
That's what it is.
Okay? For that,
that's why we say to people, too, like, sometimes you see people type in the chat, or like get political or something. And I absolutely don't want to do that here. It's like, this is the one place you can come where you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
And this is the one place you can go on his stream and definitely escape reality.
Well, yes, because we create our own reality.
Yeah.
And when I'm doing it, I buy into the reality. Like when I'm talking about the executive cameras in his bathroom, I am wholeheartedly in believing that reality when I'm doing it. Or talking about, which I love doing, is talk about his dad being a master scam artist, or like coming up, oh well, Cookie, his dad, he had this thing where he sold homes to old people, whatever it is. And Garrett has been great lately because Garrett's our editor. You've heard his name, and he, like, I'll be talking about a Cookie story, or like yo, Cookie used to sell shoes, out of the back of a truck or something like that, whatever it is. And then within 2 minutes, he's got an AI photo of Cookie in the back of a truck selling shoes, whatever it is. And it's just great. And I'm very irritated by AI in my normal life. Like I hate AI. Like I'm even like seeing like restaurants or something like that. They have an AI image or photos, and I hate it. It's garbage. But this is the one place where it's great.
Sure.
And whether it's a Randy Callahan voice or whatever it is, it paints a reality. And it's escapism. And that's and I love the fact, the one takeaway, whether or not people believe your version of things, that's up to them. But the fact that that you're so willing to lean into it, into the bit, where you can admit, like, hey, I like rapping Randy.
Yeah, and I do.
You're chilling in your office, rapping, sitting in my office chilling and such, with the gold chain and everything. And I love rapping Randy too. So I love the fact that you can lean into it as much as you do. Yeah.
And lean into this. I want to meet Heidi.
Yeah, don't we all? Yeah.
But no, and it's been a pleasure to be able to talk to you and honestly have a different opinion of you than I had in the beginning. So it has changed. I'm not sure if I can ever, well, maybe I shouldn't say ever. I'm not sure if there's a point where I'm fully trusting of what's going on, and I'm sure that time might come. But as in all things, we prove that by our actions, with each other. That's how you do.
Well, and I hope tonight's action is a step in that direction.
Yeah. And I feel like it is. I hope it is for you and for me. And I sincerely hope you understand where I was coming from when we first. I
absolutely do. Because the one thing you have to do is when with any kind of compromise or talking to somebody, where this is a unique situation, so it's hard to find a metaphor for it. Yeah. But you have to have empathy for the other person. Even if you don't see eye to eye or whatever, you have to say, okay, well, I see it from your point of view.
Right. And I just can't say that I see it from your point of view.
You can't see it from my point of view, where we've been talking about you relentlessly for the past however many years.
Well, I mean, before,
No, I mean from my side, and your empathy towards you. Yeah. But I get it. But I listen.
But I'm changing that. I'm changing my opinion about you and your PCL stream, because I'm understanding more what it's about and what your involvement and what it is about for you. I mean, this is how you make your living. You're
no, it's not. It's how Perry makes his living. I have a 9 to 5.
I mean, this is in the scope of how you make your living. To add this, because you're a manager and you want talent, you want different things that you can put out there and represent. That's how you make your money. That's just,
well, even like tonight, for example, like I sent you, we did tests the other night, and it didn't sound great, so I wanted to get you a really good microphone, and and that's why the tip comments were $30 tonight, because I'm just looking to pay for that stuff. So
And you
Yeah.
did. That's a fact. He bought the new microphone because I got like 20 microphones around here, and this great new
Oh,
camera.
it was so bad. Like
Yeah.
we did a test the other night. It sounded like you were
Yeah.
talking to me from the moon. Like it was like, we could.
Uh,
So I'm glad we get that. So, and it was one of those things where it was like, it's Amazon Prime week or whatever. And I saw, oh, there's a good deal on, and it was, I wanted to get a good quality, and it was like, shit, it says will arrive on Thursday.
Right.
And which is today. And I was like, oh my God. And that's why I didn't put any links to the stream up until late, because I'm like, he has to get this microphone.
Yeah.
And then I was worried about,
yeah,
am I going to have tech time with Randy where I got to walk you through everything? And then you sent me, and actually you played a little joke on me.
Yeah.
I said, I was texting you. I was like, let me know if the microphone came. So, and you're like, no, nothing came. And then you immediately followed up with, no, I'm just kidding. Got everything. It's all set up.
Yeah. It's all set up and ready to go. I actually,
and I didn't have to walk you through anything. You did it all on your own.
I had to walk you through some of it, setting up your camera and your muted microphone.
That's another thing. Yeah. So I had, what Perry does is like, I hit the front of the microphone and I was muted, and we were going live, and he's like, I can't hear you. And I'm like, wow, shit. Like we're like 5 minutes away.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, and then I look at and I was like, oh, I muted it like an idiot. And then.
Yeah, there you are. So I think in the long run that the people who are here tonight will come to their own conclusions, right or wrong. That's up to them. I'm not going to sit here and say, if you don't believe me, my feelings are going to be hurt, because it's not what runs my life. I have other things going on, more important to deal with than this. My only end game on this is to make sure that it doesn't come up to haunt me again and hurt other people. You hurt me all day long.
And if anything like that ever comes your way, now that we know each other, I would really appreciate if you'd come to me and say, hey, listen, this is going on. Can you help me out? And I absolutely will.
Right. Because listen, I get it. If people want to continue to propagate the story because they think it's funny, or they want to believe this, or what, I get it. That's go with it. And if you want me to help you do that sometime, maybe I'll think of something to tell you to propagate the story.
Well, I don't know if you're ever going to call up Perry and tell him how much you miss him. Like, hey baby, I miss you. I'm going to come over.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I can't. I have no way of putting these up on the screen just because of the nature of doing it. But I want to thank a couple of people who either became members or sent memberships. Ronnie Munn Jr., thank you for being a Shop-Vac member. Zach Hoffman sent 1 gifted membership. Thank you. Dro3Y sent 5 gifted Perry Caravelloli. So these are people that can watch the stream tomorrow, because I am going to play a lot of this interview for Perry tomorrow on our members only stream. And Brad Montgomery sent 1 gifted. Thank you. Frank 808 became a Shop-Vac level member. Thank you. Brad Montgomery again sent 1 Perry Caravelloli membership. And Yabba Dabba Dad sent 5 gifted memberships. Thanks everybody. Yeah, thank you. And by the way, this is my first time even looking at YouTube today, and we've had like really good views, like more than an average Perry stream, like about 1,400 people, pretty solid the whole time. So
wow,
I'm glad.
Can I say this to those people out there, Tom? I also am on a couple of different sites for people who are bullied. And people who are having a bad day and maybe want to commit suicide or something like that. So regardless what goes on in here, if anybody ever needs to reach out to somebody who will listen and help them hopefully get past that, I'm here. And whether you send a message on the stream or through Tom or ever how it gets to me, I'm here, because that's what I'm actually about. I don't want to see another gay teenager take his life or her life because they're bullied so bad. And I see people occasionally reach out to you on some of the streams I've been on, where, like this guy the other day, he was just saying, I'm having a bad day. And maybe if you'd have just said, man, I'm sorry you're having a bad day. What can I do to help? Or you know, if you want to call me later because of something serious, great. Because you don't know the response you make to people like that is, in my understanding and my learning now, is that this guy may never come back on your site again because he may have gone out and taken.
I hope not, because
I hope not. I'm just saying.
I hope that we made, it made him laugh that Perry was such. I think people laugh that Perry is such a jerk about it, and and I'm not going to let that kind of thing stand either. I'm going to jump in, but to your point, this is maybe about a year and a half ago. There was somebody whose name was on the. People come and go from the stream. Like you'd hear a name for a while, like they'd send in a comment, and then they take a break or whatever, or get bored of it. And then there's lunatics that rock with it the whole time, which we love. The lifetime demons. But it was some name that I hadn't heard in a while, and they sent me a message, and I'm not going to say who it is, but they were in a really dark place. They had lost some money and things, and it was on around those lines. I don't want to use the S word, but it was like, hey, I just want to thank you. I had a great time watching, but I don't have this is I'm moving on, and I just want basically say goodbye. And I did. I asked for his phone number, and we talked on the phone, and he's actually we exchanged like voice messages too, and because I feel like there's an insincerity that happens with texting out typing a message or something. So it helps somebody when somebody hears your voice, or then they can send a voice thing back, and and he's flourishing now. He's doing really well, and he once in a while sends me a message and like, hey, I really appreciate and I'm not, by the way, I'm not saying that I'm the reason at all. I just like, hey, listen, why don't you do that? We've all been in these moments where we have this, that, or the other thing, and I'm sure reach out to your friend. You should see your friends. You should do that. So I'm in no way saying that I am but I'm a hero or anything like that. But it's important to listen to people like that maybe are, because it's very easy to keep stuff internally, and I'm somebody that doesn't always express emotion very. My mother was the same way. Like my mother was very not emotionless, but she wasn't like lovey-dovey, although I knew she loved me very much, and my sisters. But and I think it's an Irish thing too, where it's like you have this like deliberate coldness to you, and every now and again it helps. It's a bold thing to say that you're not doing well, and I really, when I saw that message the other day, the person saying, hey Perry, I'm not doing well, like they're paying for that too. Like that takes a lot of balls to say that to me is like a sign of bravery, where you're saying like, hey, I'm not doing well, but I just can you give me a shout out? It'll make me feel better. Perry was so perfect with it. He was such an asshole. It was such a perfect asshole that I hope the person laughed. I just was imagining the person being like, all right, yeah, I got my money's worth.
So too. I do. I hope that they got something out of why they were there to help them get through that day. Because like you, I'm also Irish. What do you expect? We put dead people on the dining room table,
Right.
It just is what it is. But this has been, I've had a good time tonight. I've enjoyed speaking with you.
Me too.
And I hope that that the people got what they wanted from this so far. I don't know.
I don't know either. The reaction will come, in ways. Well, I'm sure we'll hear a little about tomorrow. I'm going to get you that Patreon membership so you can check it out tomorrow.
Right.
I feel, I don't know, like tomorrow it's gonna be interesting. What time is it anyway? How long? Oh, it's 11 o'clock.
It's 11 o'clock. Yeah.
Wow. We've been checking. So before we go, I have to ask you, who is your favorite Star Trek captain?
My favorite Star Trek captain. I'm just gonna have to go with Janeway.
I think that's the right answer.
I don't know what to tell you.
Janeway was faced with challenges that no other captain was faced with.
Yep.
Away from Starfleet for a long time, no communication with Starfleet, How to make her own.
Yeah.
I got to say that's the right answer.
Yeah. And look, you knew the shit was going to fly when that hair came down, you know?
That's right.
So
that's right. Those are the better episodes too. When I'm tuning in, if I'm watching on Pluto or whatever, and Voyager's on, if her hair is up, I usually don't watch it because it means it's an earlier episode. But if her hair's down, I'm like, oh, I'm going to check this out.
Did you see her in Orange Is the New Black?
No, I never watched that.
Oh my God, that she's fantastic in it. And she's fat and she's Russian.
Kate Mulgrew, she's a great actress.
Yeah.
She's been around a long time. She actually started out, the first time I became aware of her, she played, she was the lead of Mrs. Columbo.
Yes.
Who was Columbo's wife, by the way, and she was like in her 20s, you know, and Columbo was Columbo.
Listen, I like Picard, I do, and nobody's going to ever take away Kirk. But I just thought kudos go out to Janeway all the way.
I agree, and there was always talk about maybe having an Admiral Janeway show or something like that, which
it's been greenlighted. They're going to.
Oh, really?
Back, yes, they're going to bring back Janeway and some of the Voyager cast. It's been greenlighted, so I can't wait.
You know, forget about PCL podcast. You and I got to do our own Star Trek podcast.
Yeah. Because I'm diehard with it. And,
you are. You're more than me because you watch all the new stuff. I don't. I haven't really.
I don't watch the cartoon one. I don't care for that. You know,
that doesn't.
Below Deck or whatever it is. I don't care for that.
It doesn't count. There's an easy joke there somewhere about the Below Deck, Lower Deck.
Yeah. Well, you can pass that on Perry. I'm sure he'll find one.
Oh, let's leave on that note, Randy. Right. Thank you for spending time with us. Thank you for sharing your side of the story. People can do what they want with it, but I appreciate your time. This is a lot. This was longer than I expected it to go. Honestly, it was a little over 4 hours.
Yeah.
So thank you. And if there's any follow-up stuff,
I thank you for giving me the time for this. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your listeners listening in. Like you said, you get out of it what you get out of it. You know, I'm okay with that.
I think we all are okay with that. So I don't know how to end this, by the way. Normally I just end it on with the software. I don't know how to end this web thing, so I just got to end it.
Here's how you can end that. I've got a flight to California to be in.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's right.
Yeah, we get tomorrow. So,
so guys, if you want to thank Randy in person, tell him what you thought of the interview. You'll see him tomorrow, and it's really if there's you're pretty much the leader of the 92 truthers. So.
Yeah, I'm bringing a metal bat, by the way, but yeah, I'll be there. But it's to stir the chili. It's to stir the chili. All right.
Randy, thank you.
You have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Members only at some point. It says 10. We're going to do it at 10 a.m. I don't know, probably, but we'll see you tomorrow. Right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being cool. And PCL for life, RCL for life. And don't forget Cameo, cameo.com/Randy Callahan.